Hi, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Oxnard City Council for Monday, November 3rd, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilmember Perallo. Here. Councilwoman Bettis.
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Starr.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran.
Here.
Mayor MacArthur.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Wednesday, October 22nd, and the amended agenda on Monday, October 27th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And prior to closed session, are there any public speakers on the closed session agenda?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person and no speakers virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the city attorney please provide a statement prior to closed session?
Yes, the city council will now recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with attorneys. There's two matters being discussed tonight: City of Oxnard versus Real School District, and Douglas Cohey versus City of Oxnard.
Thank you. And Councilman Farrell, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, I'm recusing myself from item number 2. There's information that I have that I cannot go back in the room.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be recusing myself from item C1 with the Rio School District, just as I typically do due to the nature of my day job and working with school districts, just out of abundance of caution, I'll be recusing from that item.
City Manager, you have a comment reference Councilwoman Basua's attendance?
Yes, she let us know at the last council meeting that on Mondays is the normal day and evening where she works, they do their public city council meeting, so she will not be able to attend. But she did promise me that she will watch the recording afterwards and enjoy it. Thank you.
And enjoy. We're going to emphasize that. We better see her smiling. Thank you, everyone. We'll now break for closed session. And at 5 p.m., we will begin with an appointment item followed by the regular council meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just emerged from closed session. I will ask the city attorney if he's got any statements to make. Thank you.
There's nothing to report out at this time.
We will move to the next item on the agenda. This is an appointment item from Public Works. The Public Works Workshop. Day 1, water, wastewater, with stormwater, solid waste, and the golf course operations. The recommendation that the City Council receive and file an update report from the Public Works Director and Assistant Public Works Directors concerning information related to the enterprise-funded divisions in stormwater and non-enterprise-funded subdivision of wastewater in the Public Works Department as it relates to infrastructure and natural resources. Thank you. Director Michael Wolf. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give a quick introduction for what is to be the first of a series of workshops. Next year, we intend to ask the council to update the City Council's 5-year priorities. And given that we have a new council, we wanted to provide, and also for the public, but we wanted to provide you the essence of each department. So we hope you absorb as much as possible. Again, these workshops are designed to focus in on what the departments do, what they provide for the city and the community, and again, the essence of their services. So these are not budget discussions that will come during the budget and perhaps during the priority setting, but so just want to be clear, this is to understand the essence of each of the departments, and we're not going to be discussing budget throughout these workshops. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
I assume the purpose here today is just for us to ask you questions about the pre-recorded presentation. Is that right?
I was going to go through the presentation.
So you're going to reenact it?
Nope. I'm going to go through some of the slides and give some information about.
Just highlights really short?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll give Diego a few minutes to go ahead and load up the presentation. But good afternoon, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. We have 2 different presentations for Public Works. This is day 1. Wanted to break it up into 2 different days. I didn't want to overload the council with all the information because we do have quite a few different divisions in Public Works. So we use the enterprise fund as a starting point here. So that's the overview of our department. We are the largest department in the city, and you can see it on the screen there. Quite a bit of staff members and a lot of budget that runs through our department. And like I said, we have this broken up into 2 different presentations, and tonight we'll concentrate on the enterprise funds. We do have a component of this, that's our stormwater. Stormwater does fall underneath our wastewater division. It's not an enterprise fund, it's funded by a couple different components, but it does fall underneath our wastewater division, and so we included it in tonight's. So we can see our water, where we get our sources of water. Those of you that participated in the water rates, you've seen this slide before, and I have had this conversation with a couple of you during briefings. This is the sources of water that we have. And then we have our different customers, if you will, from residential all the way to agricultural. The majority of our customers, as most of you know, is residential, whether that's single-family residential or multifamily residential. We do have a lot of critical infrastructure that we operate, maintain, and repair, and that runs from our wastewater treatment facilities. That's a picture of our desalter all the way through our groundwater wells. We do have quite a few of things that are underground that you can't see, but they're there. Unfortunately, sometimes they do break, and we have to repair them. You may have seen them out there at night or during the day repairing those. And then we do have a very highly qualified staff that is mandated by the state to have certain certifications to operate the water. We do produce quite a bit of water. You can see there, 23 million gallons per day. Now we're talking about our potable water system right now, not our recycled water. And we have over 57,000 customer service requests per year, and we do a lot of outreach, which a lot of that has to do with, if you've been through them, conservation components to that. We do have giveaways, but a lot of it has to do with conservation. Some of that, if you've been to some of our conservation and educational events, also has to do with like drought-tolerant landscaping and things like that. So if you wanted to participate in those things, you can get some good information about that.
I'm sorry, hold on one second. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something?
And along those lines, Mr. Wolf, I just want to thank your staff for their engagement with the public on that. When my daughters were younger, they would look for the water trucks because they knew that they saw that there were like little giveaways that if you went to the water trucks, they would be looking for them. So that certainly engaged them in conservation and being mindful of that. And they still have a little timer, the little hourglass that they have in the shower for water conservation. So just wanted to give a shout out to your team on that.
That's correct. They will give those things away. We also, sometimes we do the, those events, we'll give those away, whether that's the timers for the showers or the moisture probes for your landscape and things like that. We have a long list of milestones and accomplishments, and a lot of that is, the very first page here is associated with the current council policy or council priority, is the progress to ensure adequate future water supply. So that is something that is a current council priority, and you could see some of the things on the screen that we have been working towards to do that. And when you have, or if you do have questions, we can go over those, but those are the things that we have been working on over the last several years as staff members to make sure that we have adequate water supply in the future. These next milestones and accomplishments are really related to capital projects, whether they're in certain different phases, whether they're planning and design or completed capital projects. As you know, a big component of what we do is maintenance and operations, but a much larger component of that, if you take a larger step back, has to do with capital projects. We're not without challenges and roadblocks, if you will. There's things on here that we can discuss in detail. Regulatory things that we don't control, like regulatory agencies. Obviously, we don't control the weather. If I control the weather, I wouldn't be standing here. And things that are outside of our control, increased cost of goods and services. The one thing I will remind everybody, when we did the cost of service for the water rates, for those of you who were participating into that, we, in order to keep our rates lower, we had a CIP execution factor that was in the 25 and 35%. So we do not currently execute our CIP at 100% per year. And that was one of the goals that we suggested to the city council at the time, was to try to keep our rates as low as possible, is to have a reduced CIP factor. So that's one of the things that you see here. It's one of our challenges, is that we right now have a CIP factor that's in that 25 or 35%, so we're not executing CIP at 100% because of that. So these are the recommendations going forward for water and recycled water.
Mr. Wolf, on your previous slide, excuse me for interrupting, tried to get your attention earlier, but one of the issues that you have, groundwater basin adjudication and some of the challenges you've mentioned, they include sometimes we have to get involved in litigation to protect the city of Oxnard and the residents and their rights to water. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're actually in an active lawsuit, adjudication, where we are making sure that we have the rights to groundwater. Groundwater is the least expensive source of water for the city of Oxnard. We have multiple sources of water, groundwater being one of them, that we pump our own. We also get groundwater through United. So making sure we have access to that source of water is important for us going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So looking forward, what we would recommend to the council, as the city manager talked about, is, what is it that we're looking forward to in terms of priorities going forward? We do recommend continuing the priority of ensuring adequate water supply, and those things on the screen will help us do that, right? That's capital projects, that's looking at our deferred maintenance, and that'll be a theme throughout all the divisions. There's quite a bit of deferred maintenance that we have, and that's something you'll see in all the divisions that will be presented tonight, and even in day 2. And then reliable water sources, economical water sources, and we still have to deal with the state and federal regulations, things that are outside our control. Wastewater, very similar setup here, where we have a very large facility. It not only serves the city of Oxnard, it actually serves a regional component of this. So we not only serve city of Oxnard proper, we serve naval bases and a few other areas outside the city of Oxnard jurisdictional boundaries. You can see some of the stats that are on the screen there. There's quite a bit of customers. Again, talked about the ones that are even outside the city of Oxnard. Also, there are facilities that it's hard to see because they're underground, right? It's not just the facilities that you see down at the end of Perkins Road. There's over 400 miles that are underground. And then quite a bit of very highly qualified and certified staff that have to operate that. And it's a 365, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation. This is one that does not stop. And you don't want that to stop. You don't want that to continue to operate. Various milestones and accomplishments. A lot of things are about the efficiency of this plant. This is a very old plant that was designed and constructed a long, long time ago. And so part of what this team does is to take a look at it and what can be done from an efficiency and effectiveness standpoint. And I'll point out that everywhere you see that little symbol, which is supposed to be a water drop with 3 green arrows, everything that has that on it is a step towards improving our recycled water process, which allows us to potentially improve our indirect potable reuse, which is looking forward towards a reliable and sustainable potable water source. So this is the wastewater system, but it will help us in the potable water process. So everywhere you see that, that's the ultimate goal. Some more of our milestones. These are, again, all of these on this page are construction projects, CIP projects. Again, not without any challenges and roadblocks. Some of the very similar things that you saw on the water side of the house. The one interesting one on this one is the declining inflows. So that plant has seen some high inflows of sewer water, and every year since 4 or 5 years ago, we've seen a decline in that, and so we have to address that in certain ways. Like, how are we addressing that from a operations and treatment standpoint, but also how that may affect our recycled water process and how we can potentially make sure the output at AWPF is what it needs to be with the declining inflows.
Can you just tell us what you attribute the declining inflows to? Do you have any theory on why that's happening?
So there are a couple of potential reasons why that is. We're seeing that also on the water consumption side of the house. So a lot of that's water conservation. So the less water that somebody uses inside their house, obviously that results in less water going down the sewer and less water going into the plant. So we have seen a decline in water consumption. So that could be conservation. That could be as people make a decision about being more wise about how they use water. So it could be that component of it. So that is one of the leading theories of why we're seeing a reduction in inflows in the sewer plant, because we are also seeing a reduction in consumption of potable water.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wolf. And I would say that from my own personal experience, I've seen that as well in replacing previously old appliances, just even washer, replacing of actual toilets and faucet heads. I did see a marked decline in my own water usage at home. And then also making the conscious effort for washing cars, we now would go to a car wash where it's automatic car wash and they do, their required thing for capturing water or making sure it goes to where it's supposed to go. And those things, well, it may seem like small things. I did see a significant change in my own water usage within my home. So if that's just me, just one household, one water customer, if you multiply that times however many people have similar train of thought or upgrade items in the home that use water, it makes sense that we would see a decline, which on the conservation side is a good thing. I think on the sustainability side as a enterprise fund, certainly it's something we have to factor in as well, but I appreciate the response on that.
Right, and so the high efficiency laundry machines, the high efficiency dishwashers, or whatever it is that you may have at the house, the low flow toilets, the low flow shower heads, those certainly play into that conservation, and that's part of the new construction requirements, and then the retrofits that some folks are doing in their homes. So yeah.
Yeah, I will say the dishwasher in my home is actually myself and my daughter, so I don't know how efficient we are, but we're not mechanical, so.
But the potentially the faucet that's in there may be a low flow faucet, right? So looking forward in terms of future needs and priorities, those are the items that we're recommending that the council look at. And capital projects and deferred maintenance. Again, you'll see this as a kind of a broken record for us, that is the staff's recommendation, that council look at executing capital projects that are already on the list and addressing the deferred maintenance. And the big issue there is anything that, or the big focus there is anything that has a connection to improvements to AWPF, that is a priority for us. And then we have some internal things, staffing, economic stability, and obviously the one there is the things that are outside our control, which is things like regulatory requirements. Stormwater is a component that is managed through the wastewater division, they don't utilize the enterprise funds. It's funded through general fund and the county tax benefit assessment units. That image there is the trash capture devices that we have installed throughout the city and those catch basins there. But this is a division that does maintain those catch basins on a routine basis. And you can see some of the photos before and after and how many miles of storm channel that they clean. They do handle the MS4 permit. We do work on a regional level. This is one of the things that we work on a larger regional level. As you can imagine, the rain doesn't just fall in Oxnard. The rain falls, lots of different places, then flows. So we have to work with our regional partners on this one. So this is, one of the things that we have to do, and you can see in our challenges that's one of our regional coordination issues that we have to have, is we have to work with our neighboring jurisdictions, because that water does obviously flow once it falls from the sky. And then there are a lot of regulatory issues associated with this from an NPDES and a permitting requirement. So the big one here going forward is this is one that doesn't have its own funding source. This is not one that's an enterprise fund. And so as we're seeing these permit requirements, this is going to be one that the council is going to have to take a look at and potentially put a priority on from our perspective, because this is not one that we can say, well, you don't have to do it. This is going to be a permit requirement, and the state has made this a unfunded mandate, if you will. And so it's not if we need to build it, it's when we need to build these structural BMPs. And so this will be a big one for us going forward. And then the next one on the list is environmental resources. And a lot of you were part of, or some of you were part of our cost of service analysis and our rates. And so this is some very familiar information. So I'll skip through a lot of this. We do have over 41,000 residential and commercial customers, and we handle a lot of municipal solid waste. In fact, if you wanted to make a comparison to the Empire State Building, it's, a lot of the Empire State Building in terms of weight is how much we handle in any one calendar year, so quite a bit. And it's our largest division in Public Works, 182 employees, and as you can imagine, to get throughout the city to pick up all that trash every week, there's a lot of vehicles. This team also does a lot of outreach. They do a lot of really cool education with the kids, a lot of good events that go with that. I think some of you have seen the events up here where they give the awards away for the pictures that the kids draw, and they put them on the side of some of our solid waste trucks. This is unfortunately one of the ones that we have to deal with. This is our illegal dumping. A lot of you get this update very routinely, and it's an unfortunate item that we deal with in the city of Oxnard, and it happens a lot of places. This is not just city of Oxnard. I'm always amazed about how many refrigerators we pick up every month. It just amazes me where these refrigerators come from. I'm not sure. But it's something that we do, and you can see on there that we pick up quite a bit. 9.6 million pounds of trash from 2021 until August of 2025. And again, 2,000 refrigerators. Again, not sure where those come from.
Bit over 4 years.
So that, let me go back. That is in that span. So July 2021 to August of 2025, those are the stats for that.
It's about 500 fridges a year. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
And before you move on to the next slide, Mr. Wolf, can you share with us and the public how much it costs to take a mattress to the Del Norte facility?
Yeah, that's an easy one. It's zero. $0. Well, the cost of gas, I guess, you have to get it there.
Sure.
So it's free to dump it off. Yeah. So we have a state program that allows for free drop off of mattresses at the Del Norte. And so we have quite a few ways of doing this. So we not only have that program every day that we're open at Del Norte, but we also have the free drop-off days that happen a couple times a year at Del Norte. We have, if you have an active neighborhood council, we have that day that comes up, and then we have the bulky item pickup that all account holders get one time a year. So we have quite a few ways for that to get disposed of.
Thank you.
Some of the very similar challenges and roadblocks. The one thing that's new on here that you haven't seen in other places or other divisions is zero emission vehicles, and that is that state mandate to convert some of the larger trucks that meet certain requirements to transition those to zero emission vehicles. The customer compliance one, I think, is a unique one as well, is that these state mandates, and you can think of SB 1383 or the organics, recycling, those kinds of things. We have to rely on our customers to be compliant with that. Like that's not that's not city staff in our Del Norte facility. We have some requirements, but that's not us being in compliance. That's our customers being in compliance. So we have to go out and inform our customers about how to be in compliance with that. And so that's a big one. That's education and information that goes out to our customers. Going forward, those are some of the recommendations. A lot of it has to do with compliance issues with state regulations, working with our partners on grant opportunities to try to keep our rates as low as possible, and then long-term asset management planning. Those kinds of things are recommendations going forward. We also want to make sure that we're training and keeping and retaining our staff members, things like that. And the last one is the golf course. We do have an enterprise fund, which is the golf course, and it's standard revenue there, green fees and driving range fees. We do have an event space that is out there, and they're working on potentially upgrading the event space. And then you can see the revenue that's been there for the last couple of years. This is all underneath AGC, American Golf Corporation. And the good news is that the last several years has allowed us to build up a fund balance in our reserves, which is allowing us to address deferred maintenance. That golf course the infrastructure has been there for many, many years, and we're now able to address some of the things like the clubhouse roof replacement, things like that, which are in desperate need of replacement. And so those are the things we talked about. This is one of the divisions that deals a lot with homeless activities based on the adjacency to the riverbed there. So they do a lot of interaction with the homeless. They have to work with the police department on a routine basis and lock things up and unlock things on a nightly basis and dealing with those things. And unfortunately, a few things get stolen and have to get replaced. And so going forward, one of the or a few of the things that we're looking at there is on-course improvements, and so that's turf reduction, and that's also bunker improvements, and then, like I said, they're looking at doing renovation, event space renovation, and potentially a driving range renovation as well. So those are just some of the key highlights of the presentation. And I have staff, if you can notice over my right shoulder, there's several of our key staff members from all of our divisions that are part of this presentation and able to answer any detailed questions that you may have.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. I appreciated you highlighting the work that our environmental resources team does specifically around 311. Definitely want to encourage folks in the community to continuously use this app. I use this app as I drive throughout the community to just take images of dumping that happens throughout the district. I know that there are several events coming up. There's bulky item events coming up. I know in my district there's 2 of them coming up. But I just wanted to use this time to also, 1, thank your team, but 2, to also just gently make a recommendation for us to do a public works day at Southwinds. But that's all my questions, and really just wanted to appreciate the work that you do.
Yeah, thank you for using the 311 app. That's a helpful app. And we are working on opportunities to try to address the illegal dumping in different ways. We have an education campaign that we are putting out there. We're working with our enforcement team, the police department, and code enforcement on opportunities to do covert and overt surveillance kind of things as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Perlo.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work Public Works does. I agree with Councilmember Perez. 311 is one of the best things working in the city of Oxnard. There's a lot of good things, but it really works. On your slide 22, under stormwater community needs and future, we talked about funding, capital projects, execution, deferred maintenance, local, state, federal regulations. One thing that's come up, and we haven't touched it here, and I don't know that it needs to be touched here, but I can't miss the opportunity to mention it. They're talking about potential sea level rise and potentially having to armor the sewer plant. If there is a potential to armor the sewer plant, we would look to do the same thing with the AWPF, or that's still long range, we're thinking about that.
So
I just want to mention that, get that out here.
right, so we were here with the committee meeting last week, and they showed that presentation about the potential for sea level rise in that planning area 4, I think it was, maybe. And that area of Perkins Road is part of that conversation. So anywhere inside that sea level rise area needs to be part of that conversation, and I believe it extended into part of the AWPF. And so part of that could be elevation. I know that if you remember when we were having this conversation and we did the electrical building renovation for the wastewater treatment plant, the foundation is elevated, so things like that.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the presentation.
Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Starr.
Yeah, I'm just looking at page 16 of the binder, but I think it's probably a different page in your slide presentation, page number. Just kind of want to expand on just 1 second, please. Just want to expand on the conservation devices that are being handed out for free. Can you kind of expand upon that a bit? What these are? Are they just flow regulators for shower heads, or what are they?
Sure, I'll bring our water manager up. He could talk about those conservation devices, but they are those kinds of things. that are typically given away.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So there's multiple different types of devices that we hand out. A lot of them are like we're talked about already with the timers that you can put in the shower for the kids to know. We do low flow shower heads as well. And then we just do a lot of like outreach type material that gives people resources to other entities like Kyagus, places like that.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I have a question on, it's page 22 of the binder, but probably it's page, I think, 13 of the slides. I just wanted to know if you could expand upon the fact that we have 19 vacancies out of 82 positions, which is like roughly 23%, I think. I wonder if you could expand upon your presentation as to what's being done to find qualified applicants for those positions, which often require state licensing. I think it's slide 13.
If you could just tell me which division, is that water or wastewater?
Wastewater,
Wastewater.
sorry.
So, well, I can bring up Tim Beeman, our assistant director. So part of that is there are requirements and certification levels. And sometimes we get into a position where we are, I'll use this in quotes, competing with other agencies here in Ventura County for the services of those qualified applicants and employees. And so we're a public agency, but that's not, we don't get into that bidding war in terms of bonuses and things like that. We have a set amount of salary ranges. But if you remember, we did bring something to council recently and change the salary range of some of our wastewater operators. So those are the things that we do to try to address this kind of issue, is what's the competitive range for certified operators for certain levels? What are the other agencies doing in terms of attracting away from Oxnard, or how are they addressing this issue in a different level? So we have been working with the HR department on this. It's a slow process, but that was earlier this year that we brought it was June this year we brought the salary rate changes. So those are some of the things that we do. And Tim, if you want to add anything else to that, you can bring Tim up for that.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Tim Beeman, Assistant Director of Public Works. So yes, there's a fair number of vacancies. The bulk of those are, and specifically with our treatment operators. And while this is very much a local problem for us, it's also an industry-wide issue. There's just not very many people going into that field anymore. And what we're seeing, even in terms of bringing in new people, is people will, because as Michael brought up with the certifications, there are a certain number of hours that are required to get that next certification. Right. And so what we're even seeing, that's not just impacting us as a city, but people are willing to drive until they get their hours, and then they jump ship and will go to a facility closer to home when they get that certification level. And so it's a competing, with our neighbors, other cities, other municipalities, special districts, but then it's not just impacting us, it's impacting really all of Southern California.
Do we have local schools here that are teaching this? Like, is any of the community colleges?
So Ventura Water College does have courses in wastewater treatment certification, yes.
Okay.
And we do have ambassadors that we work with there to try to bring in new employees. But, when you're looking at a staff or an entire treatment plant, there is some level of experience that you do want to have and that you do want to keep. Because even having someone with a high certification, they're still learning the process of the plant and how things are done. So having that longevity in our employees is very important.
I'm just not sure what can be done to encourage more people to enter the field here locally, because otherwise we're just swapping back and forth these employees at higher and higher costs, and it's just kind of a race to the bottom for the taxpayer, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've told people that are looking for a career path, people are never gonna stop flushing their toilets, so there's some, and, in the type of work that's being done out there, it's not something that AI can take over, so there's
Okay.
a high demand for it, not just for us, but with everyone.
And my last question is just sort of a general question. I thought that would require some thought, so I wanted to make sure you had it in advance, Mr. Wolf. So my general question is, when it comes to public works, does Oxnard have unique or unusual challenges compared to other agencies? Or are there challenges universally found at other agencies? If it's the former, what are they?
Thank you for giving that in advance, because I think it's worth the thought process. Some of you know that I have worked at other agencies before. This is the fourth place I've been, the third time I've been the Public Works Director. The fourth place I was the Deputy Public Works Director, so I've had a lot of experience at an executive level at different agencies. And I'll start by saying a couple caveats first. Not every city has its own water, wastewater, and solid waste. In fact, there's not a lot of cities that do their own solid waste. So it's difficult to have that kind of comparison first off. And then not a lot of cities have a regional wastewater treatment plant that treats outside the city's boundaries. And so there's certain levels of, you can't really do a comparison. There's some of that, but I think your question is more about just kind of the challenges that we face, and are those challenges that other agencies are seeing. And so maybe with the exception of the last 12 months, for the first 3 years I was here, the public works directors of the cities would get together every couple of months and have a meeting, and we would discuss topics, common topics. And so vacancies being one of them, that was a common topic. So those kinds of things like that are common. I would say that Oxnard is not seeing something different that other agencies aren't seeing. Deferred maintenance is a common item. Having to address rates, having to address rates that haven't been done in a while, that's very common. When I came here, I was talking to the city manager about my experience at other places. That's been a very common thing, where I come into an agency and the first thing I ask about is, when's the last time you've done a rate case analysis? Because that's something that's typically pushed off, and that needs to be looked at. So I would say that there's not anything that I've found so far here that I have not seen in other places. I came from the city of Moreno Valley. It's 215,000 residents out in Riverside County. It had the utilities that it had was not water and wastewater, but it had electrical. And we did our own stormwater as well. So very common in terms of its deferred maintenance issues and homeless issues, illegal dumping issues. There was a huge illegal dumping issue in Moreno Valley. So a lot of very commonalities to that city and the city of Oxnard. So I would say that there's not a lot of uniqueness. There's a lot of commonalities to the cities I've worked for.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to address this, Councilman Starr. You bring us some good points. One thing with respect to the jobs, if more people knew, these were extremely well-paying jobs. These are not manual labor, bottom of the barrel jobs. These are very well-paying jobs. The second thing that is different from the city of Oxnard, and with 4 new council members here, they may forget or they may be unaware of, this city had something called extreme deferred maintenance. Public Works Director has identified he's come from areas where they've had deferred maintenance. I remember when I first got on this council, the difference between extreme and deferred maintenance was railroad tracks collapsing by 5th Street. streets collapsing off Perkins Road. When they gave a tour of the sewer plant, you couldn't go in certain areas because they were afraid the roof would fall, cave in. And it was addressed as extreme deferred maintenance. This agency has done a terrific job to bring that up. And as far as the people and hardship of getting employees, I serve as the representative for the city on the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, the same thing. Good jobs are very hard to come by with people that have the skill, and it isn't just a license. They don't want somebody with a license getting into the business and not knowing which way to turn the valve on or off. So they want some experience, and those guys are able to call their shots. Until we can flood the industry with enough people that know that stuff, and they get experience and they get some time under their belt, that they know what they're doing, I think we're gonna be facing that. And as you've been aware, we've even had to pay bounties for people that want to get into law enforcement. It's a public service thing across the board. But I appreciate the questions you asked.
So I guess I'd have a follow-up question to that. I'm glad you brought that up. So I assume that local high schools here have like career days and that sort of thing. Do we ever have people that, from City Hall, that go to the career days and say, here's the sort of opportunities we have in the future so that maybe we can create this pipeline of people that we need?
I know at Oxnard College, we hosted a career fair or job and internship fair, and we did have water representatives and Callegas and actually Fox, like there was a lot of representation there specific to this, and city officials also had a booth, or city representatives, different departments.
So I know our HR department does those things, and I know they ask us sometimes to send folks. So I think water staff has been there before, and wastewater staff as well. Yeah, so water staff and wastewater staff, that's usually done through our human resources department first, and then they ask us to attend as necessary.
Here. I'll just say that, Councilmember Starr, I was just going to say that I feel like I regularly cross paths with our water staff at events for students and job and career fairs. But in addition to just career days, we have the Summer in the City internship program where students actually are embedded within a number of departments, including Public Works, to not just file papers and shred papers, but actually get hands-on work for what the work entails in the department that they're embedded in. So I think this city actually goes beyond what many communities do to show young people what the opportunities are within public service in their community.
And I've given presentations at some youth councils and things like that about public works as well. So,
Yeah, I imagine there's just many students who don't even think about this as an option in their life. And they're thinking, some of them might think about, yeah, I want to become a policeman or a fireman or something like that. But I don't know how many people think, gosh, when I grow up, I want to be in public works.
I never did, and this is where I'm standing right now. So
Exactly. So somehow you got attracted to the field. I'm not sure what your story is. We can have that offline sometime.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I know that we're coming to the tail end of the time allotted for this, but I did have a question. I heard in the presentation, and I heard you say right now that we're not 100% at our CIP, and I was just trying to make the connection with the logic of how like the CIP projects or the improvements correlates or supports the bigger picture. Sorry, maybe I missed that when I saw the presentation. And what percentage are we actually functioning in terms, if it's not 100%, what percentage are we able to do our CIP projects?
So I want to make sure, if I didn't say it correctly, the execution factor is only for water. So the wastewater CIP does not have a reduction in execution factor. So when we brought the cost of service analysis to the city council, gosh, it's been a couple of years now, we brought forward some recommendations to the council about trying to keep the water rates as low as possible, right? And one of the opportunities, one of the areas that has a heavy influence in terms of rates is how much capital projects that you do. It's a capital projects or multiple millions of dollars worth of projects, and that has a heavy influence on rates. And so one of the options that we presented to council was 100% execution factor on all the capital projects that are sitting on the books for water. And that would have driven the rates to be much higher. And so we recommended, instead of having much higher water rates, we said, hey, based on where we're at right now, based on the community needs and the fairness and equity of our community, we recommended an execution factor. A couple of years are at 25%, and I think the following years are at 35%. So we're only executing water capital projects at a reduced rate, such that we only have that much funds coming in at that rate. So our CIP for water is at a reduced rate.
Okay, so about 25% is what I'm hearing.
25, I think it's 25 for the first couple of years and 35% for the, is it that way around?
So the way I understood that is we're tightening our belt in terms of if we did 100% of what we needed to have the infrastructure and like a smooth running machine, then that would skyrocket all of our water rates, right? So we tighten our belt and we're just kind of prioritizing different projects as we're able to accommodate within our budgets?
Correct. Now, we would have to come back for a new rate study if we wanted to do more capital projects.
Sounds good. And when we talk about capital, well, and also I wanted to thank your team because I know there was a sinkhole not too long ago, a few weeks ago by, I want to say, oh Lord, it's on my way to work. I don't remember the street. By Date Street and, oh gosh, Oxnard Boulevard?
Oxnard Boulevard and Date,
I almost, yeah, so Oxnard Boulevard and Date Street, and you all were on it, and within, like, I would say 12 hours, you all were at least able to turn back the water back on for the residents that were affected. So thank you all so much for that. Because that's when we see that things don't work. When they don't work is when we're all worried. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make a couple of comments based on the conversation. First has to do with, broadly speaking, the educational preparedness of our young community and how to get them into this pipeline to be encouraged to explore these various interesting and well-paying careers. So we do participate across all of our departments in various activities to encourage young people, to expose young people to the public sector. But those are all ornamental, right? At the foundation of it all is education. So the new State of the Region report, it's a biannual report, it's issued, will come out next week. And I encourage everyone to review the entire report, but also to focus in on the education section where you can see the test grades for the various school districts and focus in on Oxnard. Because there lies the answer to why young people aren't naturally propelled into these all the kinds of professions that are available. So that's comment one. Comment two, with regard to what's similar and what's different, I have to tell you, it isn't just the administration or the bureaucracy or the quality of the employees. It's also all of you. There are binders full out there, story after story of city councils from everywhere who refuse to increase the various utility rates at a proper clip. Even stories where they want to suppress it to zero or even lower it. And if you think about that, that in of itself is never sustainable and it creates a ticking time bomb. So just remember, as we approach our priorities, you're, as a body, as important to all of this as the staff are. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Director. I really appreciate your report. This is very good. Thank you.
So do we
Sorry,
recess
yeah.
for 3 minutes?
Yeah. You know, actually, I almost overlooked something. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. And at this time, we'll take any public speakers on this item. We have one. Our very young man, Manuel Gonzalez, coming up here.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Manuel Gonzalez, 84-year resident of the city of Oxnard. You're talking about the sanitation plant. Just to give you a little background on that sanitation plant, I worked there in the 70s and 80s. We poured the brand new digesters there. We poured hundreds of yards. And you're talking about career employment opportunities for the high school, and that's great. But you're forgetting, how about veterans? There's plenty of veterans that are experienced in this. And to really give you an idea, you can look up your records. Huber, Hunt, and Nichols came out of Indianapolis. There was no city inspectors. It was all federal and state inspectors there. We poured the administration building there, the 2 digesters, curb and gutters, sidewalks, and then I was pulled from there to go to the groundbreaking at the county of Ventura to pour the concrete over there. So these digesters and what have you, and I asked the superintendent before I left, how long will these things last? I mean, we put a lot of work into those digesters because I used to hear people saying, hey, they're leaking, they're doing this. Well, how do you know they're leaking? You got to empty one of them out. You got to get inside and see where the cracks are at. Because we did a lot of work and a lot of sealing on those things, and he told me, well, they can last 100 years with maintenance. Well, guess what? Maintenance was not carried through. And also, every man that I worked there with were older than I am. They're probably up in heaven now because they'd be about 90 or 100 years old. They were World War II and Korean War veterans from the laborers union and the cement masons, steel workers, electricians. Those were veterans, the elderly men. So how about recruiting some veterans also for employment opportunities? Thank you very much.
Thank you, kindly, Mr. Gonzalez, thank you. Are there any public speakers in person or virtual?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no additional speakers, this is only a receive and file, and no actions required for this item. Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle anyone, but I just want to formally call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council meeting for Monday, November 3rd, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilmember Perallo? Here. Councilwoman Bettis?
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilmember Starr?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Here.
Mayor MacArthur?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted at the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Wednesday, October 22nd, and the amended agenda on Monday, October 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to our Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem to introduce the 2 young men from Oxnard High School.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have Alex and Max Vaughn who are making their way up here. They've arranged amongst the 2 of them how they're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance between 2 people. You get a 2-for-1 deal tonight, folks, with these twins who are going to share a little bit of their story after we do the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll turn it over to Alex and Max. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor MacArthur, City Council members, and everybody here today. I will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could have everybody place their hand over their heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty with justice for all. Thank you. We will start with Alex Vaughn first. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, council members, and community guests. My name is Alexander Vaughn, and I'm a senior at Oxnard High School, and I am a valedictorian candidate. It's an honor to be here tonight to share a little bit about my journey and what this community has meant to me. One of the things my brother and I have done is create Project Talk, which stands for Teaching and Learning Knowledge. We started this project because we noticed many students were struggling and performing below their grade level, and we wanted to help them succeed. Project Talk serves students ages 7 to 13, tutoring them in math, Spanish, and English. There are 3 groups, and students are assigned based on their grade level. I serve as a math tutor, and we design our sessions so that students rotate through different subjects, giving them exposure to all areas while keeping each session engaging. We didn't just teach them, we made learning fun, whether it was through playing educational board games, solving puzzles together, or doing interactive challenges. We work to keep students curious and involved. When we first started, every student was quiet and hesitant to participate. But as they continued coming, they began to ask questions, help each other, and even lead parts of the session. Seeing their growth showed me the power of patience, encouragement, and creating a supportive environment. Talk became more than a tutoring program. It became a safe space where students were comfortable making mistakes, sharing ideas, and building confidence. Watching their curiosity and self-assurance grow with each session has been one of the best rewarding experiences of my life. Maintaining a 4.3 GPA has also been an important part of my journey. I care deeply about doing my best, and I get bothered when I receive a bad grade because I always want to improve and reach my full potential. Balancing challenging academics with leading Project Talk has taught me discipline, time management, and the joy of helping others succeed. Looking ahead after my graduation, my intent is to attend a university or college and pursue a degree in civil engineering. Some schools I will apply to are UCLA, Berkeley, USC, and Stanford. Math has always been my favorite subject, and I want to use my skills to design safe, functional, and meaningful infrastructures that benefits community like ours. These experiences have inspired me to continue pursuing education and community involvement. I hope to take the lessons I've learned, leadership, empathy, and the ability to support others into my future, whether in college, my career, or continued community service. I want to create environments where people feel encouraged, capable, and valued, just as I've tried to do through Project CARE. Now, we're not the only students who want to see our community succeed. There are many others out there who are volunteering, mentoring, tutoring, and working to make a difference. Together as young people and as a community, we can create opportunities, support one another, and help our city thrive. I hope our work with Talk can inspire others to take action no matter how big or small, because every effort matters and can make a real impact. Thank you, Mayor MacArthur and council members, for your time. I'm proud to represent Oxnard High School, and I look forward to continuing a positive impact in our community. Now we have Max, my brother.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Alex, my brother. Good afternoon, Mayor MacArthur again, City Council members, and everybody here today. My name is Max Vaughn, and I'm proud to be an Oxnard High School student and to call Oxnard my home. I currently have a 4.63 GPA, and my rank is 5th in my class. But what I'm most proud of isn't the number, it's what it represents. The years of dedication, the long nights of studying, after helping my younger sibling with homework, and the belief that education is one of the most powerful ways each student in Oxnard could use, and the sacrifices my parents made for me. Growing up in Oxnard shaped who I am. I've seen the beauty of our city, the families who work hard, the students who dream big, and the quiet strength that keeps our community moving forward. But I've also seen many barriers that some families face, especially those who are new to this country, unsure where to turn for help or how to navigate unfamiliar systems. That's where my heart led me to start Project CARE with my brother. Project CARE was born from a simple belief that no family should ever feel alone when trying to build a better life. We wanted to make sure parents and children could access the resources they need, from educational guidance and healthcare information to mental health support and community connections. As someone whose first language is Spanish, I've been so fortunate to connect with so many families because speaking Spanish is so important for them because I get to connect with them. When I speak with parents in Spanish, I can see the relief in their faces. That moment where they realize, "Tú me entiendes," it's not just about translation. It's about understanding their worries, their pride, and their dreams for their children. That connection reminds me why we do this work every single week. Through Project CARE, I've learned that the real change doesn't happen overnight. It starts with listening. Sometimes it's sitting with a parent who's overwhelmed and doesn't know where to begin, or helping a student find the courage to speak up for help. The most meaningful part is watching families who once needed support turn around and become the ones helping others. That's how we build strong communities, one act of care at a time. These past 2 years have been difficult for many families in Oxnard, especially with the challenges around immigration and migration. But even in these moments, I've seen the strength and generosity that define our city. Families helping families, students stepping up to lead, and neighbors lifting each other up through hard times. As I look ahead, I want to continue expanding this work to make sure that every family, no matter what culture or what language they speak, they become noticed and feel supported and seen. Because Oxnard isn't just where I live, it's where I learn what compassion, leadership, and community really mean. In the future, I hope to study finance, not just to understand numbers, but to use these tools for my many communities, especially my own community, Oxnard. I plan to apply to universities like UC Berkeley, Stanford, UCLA, USC, Notre Dame, and so many other great schools that would challenge me mentally and let me grow even more. No matter where I go, I plan to bring those lessons back home to help families and small businesses here in Oxnard grow, to make resources that are used wisely, and to keep building a stronger, more connected community. Because I know I'm not the only one. There are so many students across Oxnard who are leading projects, volunteering, mentoring, and finding a way to make their community even better. We may be young, but we're proof that change is already happening right here in our classrooms, our neighborhoods, and our hearts. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Mayor, can I just point out, I think I was 10 years into my career before I even helped develop a program in education, and you all just decided as brothers to develop 2 programs, it sounds like. And I just love how your empathy and your view for people being people and needing that support and being the support that people need when they need it and how to access it, that goes a long way. And to be seniors in high school and already have that much under your belt, you're going to do amazing things. I have little doubt.
Thank you.
Thank you. So perhaps, so I believe we have some certificates, but maybe if you want to introduce your guests who are here with you.
Right here is my sister, Sophia, my mom right there, and then my dad taking the video right there, and the amazing principal, Dr. Lawrence, who let us do this opportunity and making us better students at Oxnard High School.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
You know, Maximilian and Alexander, thank you so much for your inspiring words. It really means a lot to us to have you here, and just motivates us that much more to know that the future is going to fall to people like yourselves. And things don't happen by accident. Certainly your perseverance, your dedication, your commitment to excellence, but certainly you have some great parents who you highlighted, and I wouldn't expect anything else. Also, along the way, you probably have some great mentors, and now you're towards the end of your educational journey here within the educational system here in Oxnard. Mr. B. Legendary himself, Dr. Ted Lawrence is out there, who I know that to be legendary is what guides everything at Oxnard High School. And you see him here standing here supporting his students, so that's, it certainly goes recognized. So thank you, and I've got some certificates for both of you. If you want to come up here, we'll take some photos, okay?
And let's have their guests come up as well.
Good evening, everyone. I see Mr. Gonzalez making his way up here. We have a proclamation for Veterans Day, which we celebrate on November 11th. And, we can take up to, we can take a lot of time talking about what the veterans and active military do for our country and for our communities across our country with the self-sacrifice that they make to protect the security of all of us here. And then when they come back, what they continue to do through their entrepreneurship spirit, through their leadership, the virtues gained in the military, and by simply who they are, when they willingly, by their own accord, through peacetime and through wartime, they willingly sign up to serve. And so these individuals then come back. Those that do come back. So we have to celebrate them, because when they come back, they continue to be much like they are here, continue to serve our communities, and we all benefit because of that. In our world, we have people that simply just do for others, and others that consume. And these are your doers right here, who do so much for us at tremendous personal sacrifice. So it is my sincere honor, Mr. Gonzalez, to provide this proclamation to you on Veterans Day. It's just a simple token of all of us here in the city for what you have done in the past and what you continue to do, and whatever everyone else does here in our community to make us so much better. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank the community and all of our veterans organization that has given us the opportunity to have these events at the Oxnard Plaza Park. I've been here for 84 years, and I remember all of the community that would come out to support our veterans events. For the past few years, I wish that we would have more attendance. So I really appreciate everybody coming out. This year, we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Philippines. In the program, City Clerk, that we were going to pass out to the city council members and also our city manager and our city attorney and other staff. There's an insert that's last year, or better yet, this year, in May, we celebrated Memorial Day, and that was the evacuation of the embassy in Saigon, South Vietnam. So this year, the Philippines' 80th year. And for some of you that are not aware, somos mexicanos, pero no saben la historia de Mexico. So I'm going to enlighten you guys. That during World War II, Mexico sent pilots and their crew to the United States. These pilots went to the Philippines on the liberation. They are the forgotten pilots that no one remembers. Not even our Mexican government remembers them. But if you go to the Philippines, there's monuments erected there in their memory. And I thank our World War II veterans and the Filipino community that fought alongside our allied partners. But these Mexican pilots came back to Mexico y se olvidaron de los pilotos de México, el gobierno de México. We didn't. You go to Colorado Springs, the Air Force Academy has a display of these Mexican pilots. And again, in the Philippines, Luzon and Manila, there are monuments honoring these men. So thank you very much.
I'd like you all to join us November 11th at Plaza Park and honor the men and women that have served and have died for their country. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take it on the file. Anybody else want to speak?
Well, again, I don't think there are enough words to say how grateful we are for your sacrifice, that we can see and that we can't see. So I have tremendous respect for our veterans and all of your contributions to our community. So I plan to be there on the 11th. So come, please join us if you can, and we'll get the word out. So we have everybody. Never forget.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you very much for bringing up the Mexican pilots that came from Mexico. I didn't know that. I will look more into that. Thank you very much. And for them not to be honored by their nation, that's a big deal. But thank you.
I was also completely unaware of the Mexican pilots, so they didn't teach us that in school. They really ought to. I do want to say that I am so thankful for the service that you and others gave. It's the reason why we're a free country, because without you, I'd hate to think of what would have happened to us. So thank you so much. I'll always be grateful for that. Thank you.
On these Mexican pilots, I've been holding this for about maybe 60 plus years. I knew about them from the World War II veterans that came home, and en plática en la casa, oía yo estos señores hablando de los pilotos de México. I would always hear about the conversations from our World War II veterans from the United States talking about these pilots. So I've been holding it for a long, long time. And I encourage the people out there. Somos mexicanos, pero ¿sabes qué? No saben sus historias. You need to learn your history. That's where we are.
We're going to continue with our ceremonial item. If I could have Nancy come up. Yeah, Thank you. Nancy Barrientos. Um, Thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Hola, ¿cómo está? Sí, hola. Gracias por venir. Hola.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Bien, muy bien.
Hi. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
I'm Nancy, the one you've been
Nancy,
calling.
yeah. Nancy, right here.
Si quieren seguir un poquito para allá.
Sí, pasen, ahorita nos acomodamos aquí. Hola, ¿cómo está? Hola, hi. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Mr.
How are you? I'm doing good. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you. How are you?
Thank you.
Sí, pasen. Yeah. So this is a proclamation that our city has prepared for, I know you're going to get it, Nancy, but it's on behalf of all the caretakers who provide daily assistance, medical management care, and all that's necessary to enhance the quality of life of our elder community. And certainly, at their homes, yes. Yes. And also for anything else. Yes. All the healthcare needs for our elderly population, those with disabilities, to be able to have a shot at having a decent quality of life. That is so important. And I certainly know that it takes probably a lot on you yourself for your psychological well-being as you see people that have tremendous needs. You have to take that home. So it's a lot, and especially for some of us that are caring for our family members. It's even an additional burden to see our family members who are disabled or just aging, getting older and needing more of us. So I think for all of us, it makes you appreciate life just that much more, the importance of life. So thank you for everything that you do on behalf of everyone that you care for. On behalf of myself and this entire city council and our executive leadership team, thank you. So Nancy, this is for you, and for all of you guys.
And I handed it to one of our leaders, and we actually have two of our executive board members. One is our executive vice president, Susie Valencia, and Elizabeth de los Santos, that are on our board. So really, they're the ones that you're recognizing. They provide essential care. Has a way more, I'm gonna use my union voice. Okay, no. All right. They provide so much care. I mean, they listed things, you name it, they've done it. They do anything to make sure that the persons that they care for have dignity at home. And so
Pass it down, everybody introduces.
oh, sure. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So, que se introduzcan.
Oh, yeah. My name is Ilse Machado, and I'm working for Home Support.
Lisa Younger, I work for Home Support.
Elisa Ramírez.
Lourdes Pillado.
María Gómez.
Isaura Izarrarás.
María Andrés. Mi nombre es Marisela Chávez y trabajamos muy duro para nuestros queridos ancianos. Los amamos, ¿verdad? Los queremos mucho y ellos son como parte de nuestra familia porque llegamos a quererlos y nuestro trabajo es muy bonito, ¿verdad? Porque la verdad puedo decir que amamos a nuestros ancianos, personas que nos necesitan, ¿verdad? Y lo hacemos con mucho, mucho corazón. Gracias.
Mi nombre es Elizabeth de los Santos y soy cuidadora del hogar para mis hijos con necesidades especiales. Y estoy muy orgullosa de poder contar con estas compañeras con un corazón tan enorme.
Susie Valencia,
and I'm very grateful to be here, and thank you for the acknowledgement. It is much appreciated from all of us.
Mi nombre es María Álvarez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricia Félix.
Okay. Should we take a picture?
So, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. You see why we do these things. Sometimes it gets a little emotional up here because it's not just lip service. It's we really authentically, sincerely recognize the efforts of a lot of these groups, certainly the veterans. There's not enough for for them and our caretakers, recognizing the work that they do and how important it is for them. And you can see how it weighs on them, not only caring for their own families or family members with disability or the elder community who they become very attached to. And it's vital and it's essential, the work that they do. So I'm glad that we as a city take the time to do these ceremonial items to recognize these groups. Thank you. Yes, absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
And before we move on from this item, I'll just share that recently I did have someone reach out to me who was formerly with the city and has since retired, but a family member was in need of in-home care, which would probably be perpetually, and they had asked me for a contact with SEIU 2015 so that they could initiate those conversations about getting in-home services. And it was just great to see that someone who had served the city for a career remembered that we have these folks who do this work day in and day out and wanted to access them now for that time that they needed them in their lives. And so this is a reminder that they do this work and they serve people in any stages of life, but certainly there are going to be times when we will need them and their services, and no matter what that looks like, they're going to be there. So just wanted to acknowledge that and thank them again, and of course to our veterans as well.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments before we move to the next item?
Yes, Mayor, I was wondering if you could share with everyone here the conversation we were having about our mutual concern about the agenda, how it was amended. Well,
I'll say this. The There was an amendment made to the agenda on October 27th, and Councilmember Starr called me this afternoon and highlighted a concern he had regarding item number 4 on the agenda that was added, that he thought was not in accordance with our sunshine ordinance for the 12th day of posting. Had a really good conversation with our city attorney and also with our fire chief to understand better the urgency of this item, and heard Councilmember Starr on this particular item. But after speaking with the fire chief and our city attorney, recognized that perhaps the staff report could have been articulated a little bit better, but also even ourselves, we don't want to necessarily deviate from our own sunshine ordinance, so I recognize that. But I also don't want to lose an opportunity that after speaking with our fire chief and also getting guidance from our city attorney, this is essentially an opportunity to procure this fire vehicle at a significant reduction in costs. And so it's one of those times where we've got to jump on it if we want to procure it and see some cost savings to the city. But I certainly am considerate of the issues you brought up, Councilmember, that we don't want to do this at the cost of violating some sort of ordinance that we have. But I've been told by our city attorney that this is one of those times that we can, and we're okay to do it. But to satisfy us as well, what I've indicated is that we will have a more engaged conversation with our executive leadership team. So when there's an amendment made, we'll just have a discussion with our city clerk and then myself, so to make sure that we also catch some of these items so we're not sitting here debating them back and forth.
So I'd like to make a request then. I think when this item comes up, I'll be abstaining from the vote because there wasn't sufficient notice. But what I would request is this. I think maybe we could help mitigate some of the harm if we were to place this item also on the next agenda. So that way, and I know we've done that before with another item, at the very least then the public will have had more than 12 days notice. So you could still, I don't see anything controversial about the item. I'm in favor of it. And certainly others on this council can vote in favor of it. I'm sure at least one will. But I do think that just to be fair to the public and to uphold our sunshine ordinance, that we also place this on the next agenda.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I think it's important, I clearly support the sunshine ordinance, I helped draft it, but I think what's important, what the sunshine ordinance also allows. So let's focus, this is Oxnard City Code Section 2-224.
Correct.
And then the general rule is that items need to be placed on the agenda at least 12 days before a regular meeting. But just like the Brown Act, there's exceptions. So those exceptions include urgency items where public interest and necessity demand immediate city council action to avoid harm or to safeguard health, life, and property. Now, I'm not sure if Chief Hamilton is here yet, but based on the facts that are there is a need for this particular vehicle. If this one is not purchased, it could be up to 2 years before the vehicle could be available. So that is something that is very articulable, and there's a high likelihood that if it is not purchased at this time, that will be lost to someone else because the price is about half of the normal value. So what I would propose once this item comes before is that there be 2 steps. The first steps would be to make a motion that this is an urgency item, so that would fit right within the boundaries of the sunshine ordinance. And then if that goes forward, then there could be a motion to approve that item, which is staff's recommendation. So that's a way to address Mr. Starr's concern. There is language in the staff report that talks about the urgency. These specific findings were not made, but with this 2-step approach, we can address this issue, and we believe there'll be full compliance with the sunshine ordinance.
Thank you for that. Mr. Perla, go ahead.
Yes, City Attorney, would you recommend making the sunshine ordinance amendment before we go further, or wait till that item comes up?
That's not necessary. I think it's appropriate once we get to that item. Once again, I think there's more than substantial evidence to support that based on the facts that there is a need for this paramedic service, that because of the substantial issues with the supply chain, it's very difficult to get these. And this is something we can literally get right now with minimal upgrade. So it's actually important for the public health and safety that this be available if there are incidents. And I'm obviously not a firefighter, so the chief can say a lot more than I can, but those are the facts as I understand them. And I believe there's strong support and strong evidence to support this exception to our sunshine ordinance, which was not meant to stop important items like this, just merely to ensure that if it's put on the agenda outside or earlier than the 12-day period, that there's a basis for that, which I strongly believe that we can find.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess if it's okay, I would like to hear from the chief just briefly. And
Should we just maybe pause on that till we get to the item? We're going to get to it here.
all right.
Okay. So we'll just move to the next item on the agenda. This is for public comments for items not on the agenda. And we have about 4 speakers on this item. I'll start with Jessica Castillo. Jessica followed by Sarah.
Do I lower this for shorties? Okay.
Of course, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Jessica. I'm a legal observer for the National Lawyers Guild, a respiratory therapist, and a member of this community for 52 years. On 10/29, I was a legal observer at the incident on North A Street, wearing my green hat and my vest, in front of the rescue mission to document what was happening. The agents were preparing to leave, so they removed the yellow caution tape. They entered their vehicles, driving towards Deodore, when someone had thrown something at one of the cars of the agents and broke the back window. All the agents exited out of the vehicles, went towards a group in front of Wynn's. They began hitting them with batons, spraying them with pepper spray. One man was detained. As I continued observing the situation, trying to write it all down, one agent came my way, and with no warning and unprovoked, he sprayed me in my face. I turned my head to try to avoid as much spray as possible, but I turned back his way and I said, pointing to my hat, "I have a legal right to be here." He then walked away. I was not deterred, and I kept doing my job, and even though multiple flashbangs were thrown in our direction. Once the area was cleared of agents, I took my hat off, began to walk to my car. I was alerted by a volunteer that people were hurt and having difficulties due to the pepper spray. I carry a first aid kit with me and also decontamination wipes, so I began to help. There was a young woman, scrapes on her knees and hands from being pushed down on the ground that had to be bandaged. Her face was still wet from pepper spray, so I vigorously scrubbed her face and arms with the wipes and poured water on her face, saline in her eyes. I helped others through the same process. It seemed like I was there alone for a very long time. I didn't see EMS, fire, police during this whole time. Once everyone was okay, I made a final sweep to make sure no one else needed aid. I finally saw EMS, fire, and at least 4 police cars in the alley next to 230 North A Street, about a block away from us. I eventually got to my car and I thought, if I was not there, who would have helped? I now understand why the community has lost faith in our leaders and police. You have not met this moment. During these times, I think of the quote from James Baldwin, "I love America more than any other country in the world. Exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually." I also want to mention that when that agent sprayed me, he violated federal and California law, Penal Code 13652 and AB 48. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Sarah? And Sarah, you're going to be followed by Claudia?
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, City Council, and City staff. My name is Sarah Wolczewski. I am here as part of 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network and 805 Undocumented. I am also a resident of Oxnard. I have been here many times begging you to take action against ICE, and this week we saw once again why it was needed. On Tuesday, roughly 50 agents and a Bearcat were deployed to arrest 2 people just blocks away from here. I appreciate that Oxnard PD did not aggravate the situation by adding more units during an already tense situation. It is a step towards rebuilding the trust of the community. And once again, this incident brought Ventura County into the national news. In July, it was Glass House in Camarillo, and twice during October, it was the city of Oxnard. While ICE's budget ballooned at the start of October, we are still waiting on you to take decisive action to help our community that you promised us you would take back in August. Well, you have taken the first steps, and we are grateful for those steps. It is past time that you follow through. Put the MOU for immigration attorneys on the agenda. Put allocating $1 million in emergency funds for those impacted on the agenda. Ventura County Community Foundation is currently matching up to $50,000 in donations to their Neighbors Support Fund. Take advantage of that. Mayor MacArthur, were you able to set up a meeting with the other mayors to coordinate ICE response across the county? Our friends and neighbors are hurting. Don't wait any longer to get them this necessary aid. And finally, I'll repeat my call to the community. If you see ICE activity or have been impacted by them, please call or text the 805 and DocuFund hotline, 805-870-8855. You can also text alerts or alert us to the hotline to receive alerts when we have confirmed ICE sightings. If you would like to volunteer with us, you can check the 805 and DocuFund website and social media for upcoming trainings. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Now call it up Claudia G. And then Claudia, followed by Casey Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Claudia, and I'm a volunteer with 805 on DocuFund. I work full-time in Oxnard, and I also have a part-time job at a small business in Camarillo. Even though this business isn't located in Oxnard, it still feels the ripple effects of what happens here. When there's any kind of abduction, business slows down immediately because people stay home out of fear. This isn't an isolated situation. I recently spoke with a small restaurant here in Oxnard, who shared that while takeout orders might be okay, overall business always drops whenever there's a raid or a community member is detained. Months ago, I came here to talk about the swap meets and how it took weeks to rebuild trust among vendors after incidents that have occurred. It's never ending for them. This is a time for transparency, to show the community what's being done and how you're working to protect and support them. I want to thank you for stepping up and taking the lead by creating an immigration stakeholders meeting. I encourage you to also consider holding one in the evenings so that more working families can attend, share their experiences, and speak directly with you. It doesn't have to be together. You can each hold your own for your own district. To the council and community leaders, don't criticize what you don't understand. As a volunteer, I've seen firsthand how much effort goes into supporting our community. We shouldn't be divided just because we have different opinions about how things should be done. Our common goal is to help and uplift our community. If you disagree with something, get involved. Learn the facts before making statements. We're facing serious challenges, including misinformation and foul play by ICE. This is not the time to turn on each other. We're here to amplify stories and voices for those who can't, those who may not have the time or confidence to speak up. And I want to thank everyone who consistently shows up and uses their voice. Even when others disagree, it's important to keep speaking out, especially when our community is under attack. I also want to take a moment to say how proud I am of the students. They recently organized a walkout to express their concern and stand up for their community. Their courage and leadership gives me hope. They're showing us what it means to use your voice and demand better, not just for themselves, but for everyone around them. We encourage the city to continue supporting efforts like hosting Know Your Rights sessions and partnering with organizations doing the work. 805 and DocuFund will be holding, they're planning an upcoming trainings in Oxnard, and we invite you to attend to see firsthand how volunteers are helping through outreach, Know Your Rights education, mutual aid, witnessing and documenting enforcement actions to assure accountability. Please continue to support your community by funding impacted families. We did ask for $1 million, and ongoing support is essential. Ventura County Community Foundation is has a matching opportunity of up to $50,000. So let's keep your momentum going and show the community that we will not stop showing up for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Casey, and then Casey, you'll be followed by Beverly Dransfeld.
First of all, happy Indigenous Peoples Month here on unceded Chumash land. I'm grateful to be here to speak while many Oxnard residents are afraid to leave their homes. As a daughter who lost her dad to Agent Orange, thank you to all of our veterans, especially those who continue to be on the streets protecting our citizens. As World War II was mentioned, please let's also remember the instrumental Navajo code talkers and their success. I add my voice of those who come tonight to speak on community safety. One guaranteed thing that makes me feel safe is knowing that there's many people who are beginning to realize that our current severe local country danger is not a political matter, but a humanity issue. There's safety in people seeing beyond political parties who know we must see each other as relatives and focus on loving humanity. Those who are stepping away from a certain political party because they know no one, no matter who they voted for, is safe. They are all being illegally kidnapped, not being asked who they voted for. For all the people who choose to wake up every day, keeping humanity a top priority, especially those who wake up with the natural privilege of looking legal, and yet they stand on the front lines protecting those without. Thank you. Safety is also found in businesses, schools, etc., who are using their space to serve our communities. Rather fundraise, gather goods, feed people, such places like the Mystery Shop, Oxnard College, and the Port. Thank you to those who continually serve our community. Lastly, organizations and labor unions who have been continuing to serve our communities as well as educating our residents how to be safe, how to practice our freedom, our rights, canvassing to protect democracy, which is also instrumental in keeping us all safe, which is a yes on Prop 50. For saving our democracy is instrumental. Thank you to the 805 on DocuFund, VC Defensa, SEIU, CTA, all who remain to focus on our community, truly showing and asking Oxnard Council to step up and do more. We, the citizens, and those like me who come very often to Oxnard are asking you guys, please join us, do more. I do have hope, I do have faith. I see the changes, and I'm just sincerely asking you, please continue to do what the city needs. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Casey. Bev, and then Bev, you'll be followed by
Mr. Stein.
Mr. Stein. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bev. Go ahead. We're just trying to figure out who the next public speaker was. It's Mr. Stein. You'll be after Beverly. Mr. Stein, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, Mayor Pro Tem Tehran, and council members. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I am speaking because I thought the chambers would be full, honestly, considering last week's events. And I think part of it is some of the confusion with the date change, and I know with accommodating the elections and whatnot, but I didn't want the lack of people here to be a reflection as a lack of care. I know this community feels deeply. I know that they're affected. I was not able to get to the scene until after the tear gas had been deployed. I did see the Bearcat as it was leaving, but you see the fallout of it. And people with scars of being beat by batons, as Jessica said, she was there caring for folks, and it was all right underneath Rescue Alliance or Mission Alliance. And I couldn't help but think about that street and the services it offers with my cop, there with ARC, just, streets over being here, and the library, and just the fear that that instills of these critical services that people need at this time, and how they may not seek them, for fear of everything, as people already are scared to come out of their homes. Here's this other layer, and there are so many layers that just keep weighing people down. I am grateful for all of your service, and I am grateful for the measures that Oxnard is taking, having attended some of the roundtable discussions, and just knowing that there is a care, that there is a conversation happening, because that's not happening in other cities. So again, just grateful, and trying to speak for people who are too afraid to come forward, and just making sure that the community cares, and there are other surrounding people who care. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev. Thank you. Mr. Stein, and then we'll go to a virtual caller, number ending in 4018.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Good evening.
member of City Council. My name is Larry Stein. I'm a resident of Oxnard. Been a resident of Oxnard since 1982. I've been active in the community for quite some time. I became aware that there was an opening for the Parks and Recreation Commission. The chairman of that commission asked me to submit an application. I submitted an application in July. This is November. The two members on the City Council can appoint people. They've had the opportunity to appoint people since last year. People have submitted applications, both for the city mayor, by the city mayor, and by a member of the City Council. The applications have not been submitted, they've not been reviewed. If people are going to volunteer for positions and submit applications, members of the public expect those members to be appointed at some point in time and not wait for a year after applications have been submitted. I request that the Parks and Recreation Committee be filled by the two members of the City Council not appointed positions, and do that forthwith. The elevator at the parking structure is still not working. The elevator at the City Hall was not working across the street, but that got fixed in 3 days. I have a purchase order for a part that was ordered last April, saying this part was needed for the parking structure. I don't know the status of getting a part completed for the elevators. To have an elevator not working for a year and a half seems to be unquestionable, is not realistic to have done. The contract for the elevators were approved by City Council last October. This is now November. What does it take to get an elevator approved? City Council directed staff to produce a report. When I went to the combined neighborhood meeting last month, I was told by our public works director no report was going to be forthcoming. So why is it that the City Council directed staff to produce a report and staff refuses to produce that report for the public? This is, maybe the staff doesn't care what City Council directs staff to do. That's the impression I'm getting. I'm getting the impression that staff really doesn't care about the public, because I've not been able to use that elevator for over a year. I have difficulties going up and down staircases. I'm not handicapped, but still have a difficulty. And when city staff doesn't care what City Council directs staff to do, that kind of leaves me an impression that City Council does not care what City Council asks them to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. We'll go to a virtual caller, number ending 4018.
Virtual caller ending in 4018, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please start.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and the public. My name is Doug Portello. I've been a resident of Oxnard for 39 years. I'm a very proud member of Oxnard. I love my city. But I've noticed some lack of decorum, Mr. Mayor, on our City Council. That's extremely concerning to me, since the new members have taken their seats since December 11th. of last year. I think that there's been a lot of unease and vitriol toward one particular council member that's been exhibited by council members and staff toward Mr. Aaron Starr. I think it's really a bad look for Oxnard. Now, I think whether you agree or disagree, that's fine. You know, that's why we have elections, and that's why you've all earned a right to get up there and represent our city. I think when personal attacks are made by members of the leadership team, by the leadership team, I think that doesn't serve Oxnard well. I don't think that's a good view that we'd like to see for Oxnard. With the elected city treasurer, I know that there's a lot of contention. You know, there's a lot of disagreement concerning the role and duties of the elected city treasurer, but I don't think it's appropriate for our city manager to try to embarrass a member of our elected team. Now, Phil Molina was elected by the voters in 3 elections, and I don't think he deserves this kind of treatment. I don't think it's the role of our city manager to try to embarrass a member of our leadership team. I think those kind of differences and differences of opinion and perspective can be shared with one another in a way that's more respectful to the city of Oxnard, to the elected positions, those seats of office. I think the voters deserve the best from our leadership team in representing us in a very respectful manner. And I don't think at all times that's being done. And it concerns me greatly. And I voice my opinion. I have strong opinions. I'm entitled to that. I'm an American. I'm a resident of Oxnard. And I love this city. I do my best to try to make our city better. I think you all are trying to make our city better. But let's just try to understand that it's just not that person and their perspective and their viewpoints and their philosophies, but that person is representing voters that elected them, just like all of you. And I just think we can do better on that. I hope we can. And that would be my encouragement to each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in for your comments. We'll go to Mr. Greg Runyon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I promised I actually wasn't going to say anything, and then I was listening to some of the folks talk about what happened on A Street. I feel in a way like what Doug Portello just said applies to some of what's going on. Like, conversations matter, how they're had matters. And a lot of what we are hearing is about people fighting about decisions that are being made instead of really fighting about how are they being carried out. And I heard somebody on YouTube, which, by the way, is not the greatest place in the world to get news, but I will say that I watched something with the mayor of Memphis, and they were trying to really get at him because President Trump had ordered the National Guard into Memphis. And he said, you know, the mayor of Memphis is not to try to overturn the decisions that are made in Congress. That's the role of congressmen. And he laid it out really well. He said, what my job is to do is to try to work with the decisions that are made. I think it is incredibly important that all of you, and this is going to sound harsh, but please hear me, that all of you quit trying to get your name in the paper and start trying to figure out, how do I talk to the people that can change these decisions, how they are made. You have access, I don't, to ICE to really try to talk to them about how are they doing this? How are they carrying these things out? What are they doing? Because it is deplorable. Whether you agree or disagree, it is deplorable that at the end of an event, they decide that's the time to do something. Those are the things we need to carry out. Because I heard someone, I think she left, and I've said it over and over again. This isn't Hispanic or a white issue or a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. It's not a Catholic, a Christian, an atheist. It's not a Jewish issue. It's not a Muslim issue. It's a human rights issue about how are these things carried out. And in our city, you all are the leadership, and it matters how you talk, and it matters what you do. And I am telling you, it is how these things are carried out that you should fight. And those are the things that you can help change. You may be doing it, and if you're having these conversations, please let the citizens know, because if you're doing it in private, the pain is being felt in the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runyon. Madam Clerk, any other speakers, virtual or in person?
Mayor and council members, yes, we have a virtual speaker, caller ending in 3259. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Caller ending in 3259, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Am I on?
Yes.
This is Deirdre Frank. I wasn't intending on calling, but I wanted to bring to your attention that the group Legal Observers is not some citizen group that's out there commenting on activity. Legal Observers is a group that requires training. It includes many lawyers. They just go out and observe. They note take. They make a record of activities that they're observing. Period. They're not to involve themselves at all. Secondly, with respect to Mr. Partello's comment, Mr. Nguyen is the executive of the city of Oxnard. He is the CEO of the city of Oxnard. When you have a staff that has to interact with other personnel, it's his responsibility to direct his staff to deal effectively with whatever he's observing. I don't really see this as a personal vendetta against Mr. Molina. I see this as an attempt by an executive to have his staff work effectively to make our business more effective. Oxnard is a business, and he is the CEO. So I give credence to Mr. Nguyen for his decision making and take issue with the items raised by Mr. Partello. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Madam Clerk.
Oxnard is a business, and he is the CEO.
I think it's on playback or something.
There's a delay in the...
Is that what that is? Okay. Madam Clerk, any other callers?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who came in and spoke. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is item H. This is the report from our city manager. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. If I can ask Diego to bring up the deck. Thank you. All right, so for this meeting, I do have a couple of clarifications to make. It was alluded to by a couple of the callers. I'm going to be as matter-of-factly about this as I can. As you can imagine, continues to be frustrating, but it is what we have to contend with. So to introduce the segment, coming back to all of you, not due to popular demand, but here we go, City Manager's Corner. At these meetings, we'll provide updates, various announcements, clarifications, which is what we're doing tonight, and we'll look forward to bringing back local government fun facts in the future. And of course, on occasional Tuesdays, there are weeks when there is nothing to report out. All right, so again, the speakers have alluded to this, and it's on the video, but you see here, there are two clarifications I need to make. So for this one, and this is an email that our elected city treasurer has sent to the public, and the yellow highlight is my addition just to highlight, where he emphasizes that as the elected city treasurer, his duty is to the public who voted for him. And the allegation is that our CFO did not convey information to the city council or the public about a recent refinancing of one of our bonds. So what's interesting is the information was provided publicly, published, provided during city council committee meetings and city council, the full city council meeting, and specifically, it highlights here, if I can get this, that the term of the bond is fixed and that the maturity date doesn't change. But of course, Mr. Molina led the public to believe that we somehow hid that fact from the council, that it had indeed lengthened it, but it did not. This also was provided, again, in a different format with the actual schedules of when it terminates. And as you can see, both the prior and the new refunding ends at the same time. So that leads us to, let me go back. Well, I think we're missing a slide here. So the question is, and this is in the video, did the treasurer not review this information and he just made a comment about it? Did he review it, yet he didn't understand it, so he provided the wrong information? Or did he in fact read it, fully understood it, and still wanted to provide the wrong information to the public? Okay, next is this one. This is actually, let me go forward. I think it might make sense going backwards. So I get a random email from the account manager at Bank of America who handles one of our accounts. And he's telling me that the treasurer told him that I'd been looking for cost comparisons from other banks, and he asked me to provide him with any such information. So of course I had to respond to him that no, I haven't, and unfortunately I need him to always confirm with city staff whenever the treasurer makes any representations to him about what's going on here, because frankly he has a history of misrepresenting it. Now in this scenario, as you can see here, he writes to the bank manager claiming that I made comments to him about us not being satisfied with the services of Bank of America. I made no such comments. So I think saying misrepresent in this scenario is a little bit charitable. This is an outright lie. So this is what he's telling the bank manager who handles our accounts. Now, and then there's more, actually it happened across 2 emails. So I think if we can show here the actual conversation about the Bank of America services so that people can understand what happened. And this is public record, so please pay attention.
Well, what interest income are we earning on the bank accounts? Because we don't earn interest income on the bank accounts, it would appear. So the CFO did confirm that we don't have interest income on bank accounts. What we do have, as I understand it, is the bank will give like an earnings credit to be offset against bank charges. But that earnings credit, if it exceeds bank charges, you don't get any value for that. And at my company, we also do Bank of America. We also use Bank of America for our banking. And I wanted to bring to the council's attention and to staff's attention the possibility that maybe we can negotiate interest income on these balances. Our company, we're comparable in size to the city. We have large cash balances as well. And we're earning about 4.2% a year on our cash holdings. So multiply that by about $50 million of cash right here. It's about $2 million a year possible, offset by whatever those bank charges would be that we'd be incurring instead. So I guess my request for staff and is that that our CFO and I guess working together with the treasurer, see if there's a way to negotiate a different agreement with the bank, if that's at all possible, so that we can actually earn all the interest income that we ought to be able to earn. Maybe there are legal limitations that prohibit us from being able to do that. I'm just kind of relaying to you my story about what we're able to do with, in the case of my employer, and it's significant dollars. So that was all.
Okay. Any other?
Well, any feedback from our CFO?
I'm not so sure there was well, go ahead.
Good evening, Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. We'll definitely take the council members' input. There's other alternatives, like there's other pool investments that provide same-day liquidity that we can also explore as well, just to have more flexibility, more options to place this short-term cash.
If for some reason they offer you a lowball rate, talk to me, and I'll put you in touch with the banker that we use at Bank of America.
Thanks.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, what's the pleasure of council?
The question was, well, what interest?
So as you can see, I didn't make a comment during that exchange. I said nothing. So what happened? Mr. Molina confused me for Councilmember Starr. He actually forgot, but he failed to review the video evidence that's readily available. Or he simply tried to mislead the bank manager who handles our funds. And this particular account, we use it to ensure timely payment to our vendors and to our staff for their payroll. So here's the bottom line with all of this. Thank you, Diego, for the slides. Accountability, as we expected, should be a two-way street. Our staff and our executive team, we're accountable for everything we say and everything we type. And I understand we live in a world now where elected politicians are not. So when he's out there telling the public things that aren't true and telling our bank managers who handle our funds things that aren't true, it's important that we highlight it and expose it. My question to the council is, can you trust this guy? And these are not the only examples, by the way. There are plenty more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. We have one virtual caller to speak on that item. Call on that speaker ending 6377.
Caller ending in 6377, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, this is Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. You know, it's bad enough that we have a president that has turned out to be a huge embarrassment. He's a liar, extremely vindictive, and has done everything he can to dismantle our democracy. And now we have to deal with our very own embarrassment, Phil Molina. He too lies through his teeth and has done everything he can to discredit our city staff and city officials. He also embarrassed the city of Oxnard when an investigation found that he made inappropriate comments to women in his office. His own employees refused to work with him. So why hasn't he been fired? Because you can't fire an elected official. You would have to initiate a recall. Well, so who's going to do the recall? I know. Why not Aaron Starr? Don't forget, he ran on the platform of vote for me and I will hold our city officials accountable. Remember that? Yet he has not only not held Molina accountable, he actually defends him rather than defend our female city employees. And don't forget, Starr has experience in initiating a recall. Remember when you tried to recall some of you sitting on the dais? So Starr would be the perfect person to initiate a recall, right? Well, unfortunately, Starr and Molina are very good buddies. So I guess that will never happen. And besides, if a recall was initiated, I'm sure everyone would insist that the recall include Aaron Starr. Well, so much for my idea. hey, maybe the employee union can initiate a recall on Molina. What better way for the union to protect their own union members? And speaking of Star, isn't it ironic that Star claims to be a stickler of the rules, complaining that the city violated the Sunshine Ordinance? Yet this is the same guy who was recently reprimanded by the district attorney's office for violating the Brown Act. What a hypocrite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. We have another, actually not virtual, we have an in-person speaker on this item. Mr. Larry Stein, come on up, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Mayor, City Council, and especially our city manager. The city manager has a tendency, in my opinion, of not listening to the public. The one example that I like to include is the elevators. For a year and a half, we're hearing from staff that the elevators, we're waiting for parts for the elevators. But the elevators at City Hall broke down in 3 days to get fixed. Another examples of the same manager not telling us the truth about the Teal Club Road and talking about how parks are being fixed. Then the same manager says, oh, we got plenty of money. It's in the budget. But why doesn't he tell us about the money that's in the budget? Again, there are numerous examples of the same manager not telling the public the truth. Mr. Molina, in my opinion, is trying to, in his efforts, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing, is trying to get information out. The same manager is refusing to share information with the same manager, an elected official. In 2018, I ran for city treasurer. I reviewed the city finances, the cash flow coming in and out for 3 months, for 3 weeks, the last 2 weeks of September, the first week of October. I saw $18 million flow in and out of the city for a 3-week period of time. But look at the budgets. The city's treasurer is trying to establish a budget for us to follow. The city has a tendency of spending a whole lot of money in May and June, and a whole lot of lower money in July. The city is not being transparent, in my opinion, the city's finances. We got a reporting system of finances that does not report general ledger transactions. We cannot see the invoices with the Tyler system. A lot of information we cannot see in the Tyler system. The same manager supports the Tyler system because the information it does not show. I've been an accountant for over 30 years. We have a number of reports in our accounting system that allows us to extract information. The same manager refuses to provide information for the general public we ask for. We can't see the invoice that back up our sales representative. We cannot see the invoice that back up the cash receipts. A lot of things we cannot see because the same manager does not want the public to see this. So the city treasurer is trying to make an effort to get information so the public can see and so we can make decisions on our own without the reliance of the same manager hiding information upon the public. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Now calling up Alicia Parcell, please.
So I'm seeing an inconsistency in policies regarding whether members of the public can make comments on reports to the city manager and the city council. In the past, when some members of the public wanted to make comments on items like this, city attorney's office said it was not allowed. And they pointed to an email from the DA that they believe support that. But now that a friend of the city manager is the caller, city attorney's office said nothing about it. So if he's going to make public comments, then I guess we will too. The comments didn't even stay on point. The Brown Act item that Mr. Herrera commented about, once again, he forgot to point out that there were 3 people that discussed the subject, apparently because none of them believed that the city's financial information should be confidential and kept from the public, right? The finances of the city are supposed to be disclosed. They're supposed to be public records. The agenda items have financial impact sections on them. So But Manuel pretends it's all about one person because of his personal vendetta. You know, he gets upset over allegedly too much information being given to the public, but he's not upset when city administration keeps public records from people who are requesting them with Public Records Act requests. And we just won a lawsuit against the city for hiding records from the public, not disclosing them when they were subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. So he can pick which side of that he wishes to be on, I suppose, but we'll tell you more later about that subject, because with the records that we finally obtained with a court order, what they reveal is a little bit disturbing. So we'll fill the public in on that in due time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Madam Clerk, any other comments from the public or speakers on over the phone?
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers under the city manager report, in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Nguyen?
In due time, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to the next item on the agenda. This is item I. This is the reports by our city council members. If it's okay, I typically start with Councilwoman Perez, but I'll start first. I have a couple of things I want to comment on, including a presentation. First, I just want to, I know members of our community spoke here about what happened last week. I know I spoke publicly denouncing the actions that I saw ICE take, criticizing their escalation of force, including assaulting our community members. I just certainly, I tell you, most of you know I come from a policing background, and I think the behavior of agents has been aggressive. I don't think they're prepared. I think they're ill-prepared for the work that they're doing. They're escalating their tactics. Policing is about de-escalation, right? Talking people, figuring out what you're gonna do. In this case, we all saw to arrest 2 people to send nearly 40 agents. It's just ridiculous. When then there are other methods to have done that work that would have minimized not only the trauma to other people in that house that have nothing to do with it or the neighbors, as well as I think Beth pointed out, you're absolutely right, you have a panaderia where a lot of our community members stop by to get their bread and their coffee or milk before they go to work. You also have the ARC Foundation that provides direct services to our most vulnerable. There was no consideration behind the impact that they were going to have with their presence there, with those operations. You know, though as a mayor, you can't unilaterally stop ICE from coming into our city, or certainly we can't command our police department to interfere with those, with those lawful activities that they are doing. There are other things we can do, and we're doing. Is one mentioned, I started a stakeholders meeting. And I would entertain the idea of maybe doing something at night as well to accommodate others to come in and participate in some of those discussions. We joined we made a decision as a council to join the federal lawsuit against this administration. And following a conversation this morning in the agenda preparers meeting, we've agendized on the 18th. And I invite all of you to come out where we're going to have a discussion about appropriating or how we're furthering those discussions with the Public Defender's Office to potentially fund for legal assistance to our community. So please come out on the 18th and join us for those discussions. So we are listening, we are hearing, and we're having those robust discussions within ourselves, and we're hearing the input from the community as well. And I won't go into all the other things that I've done myself with all that's happening here in our city as far as the Dia de los Muertos and everything else. But I want to, I don't know, Diego, if you can put up that presentation I prepared. I recently, at the start of October, I was invited, as well as other California mayors were invited to participate in a Japanese United States Leadership Summit. So I had the opportunity to go to Japan, and here's some of the photos from that. a lot of other photos too, if any of you want to see it. You can certainly come to my office. I'd be happy to maybe discuss this with you personally or show you more photos of it. But I think the benefit to me was just tremendous in the sense that I had an opportunity to really interact with other elected officials from California. And let's go to the next slide, Diego. You can see the makeup of this leadership summit. There are all of us here. You can see the representation throughout California that participated, various mayors and elected officials. Here locally, it was myself, someone from Santa Barbara, as well all the way up to Santa Cruz that participated, Torrance. We had Mayor Carson that participated, Fairfield, Laguna Hills, Sausalito, Santa Clara, San Gabriel. You can see the makeup. It was they very intentionally and very purposefully reached out to some of us from the various parts of the state that had something to offer to this summit. And let's go to the next slide. Here's the itinerary. You can see it was quite lengthy. Our days typically started around 6:30 in the morning and ended around 9 o'clock at night every day that we were out there. I was there from Monday through Friday. Let's go to the next slide. Here's the participants. We went up to Fuji and engaged in various discussions there with other mayors from Osaka as well as Tokyo, the cities within those states. We had some really good conversations. At one point, I think Oxnard was the most popular city. They were fighting for me and for us to establish a sister city relationship. And somebody blurted out, hey, to establish a sister city relationship is like having one wife. You could have one wife, but just maybe several friends. So, so that's how they try to because I think, when I showed them the videos, when I talked about what our city represents and the Japanese influence that we've had here in our city, they saw an immediate connection. There was a lot of similarities with our ag here, particularly, we'll go to the next slide. I had an opportunity to speak I spoke 3 times, both in Fuji, in Osaka, and also in Tokyo. We'll go to the next slide. We had an opportunity as well to see some of their technological advances, including a hydrogen plant. Let's go to the next slide. We'll go to the next one. This is the governor of Tokyo. And the previous slides were of the mayors that want to establish a relationship with our city here in Oxnard. And this is me getting ready, this is me as I finalize a speech at the United Nations University where I highlighted everything that Oxnard is doing and also spoke about the impacts of ICE in our community, about the disruption of our economy, but most importantly, the disruptions of people's lives and how that impacted us. And when the governor of Tokyo spoke, it was enlightening to hear her and also the interior minister speak about what has been on the news in our city and in this region particularly with the impact of ICE and how they understood that we in this state, in this whole country, particularly for us representing our cities, that our immigrants communities have uplifted our communities through entrepreneurial spirit, opening up new businesses through doing the hard work, and completely elevating within the culture and the economy of our cities. And they themselves express a level of frustration and an understanding what we were going through. Let's go to the next slide. This is us as we wrapped up one of the last presentations at the United Nations University. One of the great, besides interacting with the other mayors and looking at the way they run their cities, learning from them and also them learning from us, is the relationships I was able to establish with a lot of these mayors here. I had an opportunity to speak with the General Consul of Japan, based out of Los Angeles, who actually was here at the United Nations University to welcome us. And it started a relationship. As you know, I'm trying really hard to bring in one of the national teams that's going to participate in the World Cup, to bring them, much like the Cowboys come next year when the World Cup is here. I think it would be great for our community to have a national team practice here, play here. It would just highlight what a great community we are. And so we're furthering those conversations with Japan, but also the mayors that went here, they've been successful in that endeavor. So I've established a great communication with them, so I'm very hopeful that we're going to be able to be successful in trying to get a national team here for the World Cup. We'll go to the next slide. This is another mayor from one of the cities in Osaka that wants to establish a sister-city relationship. So they're committed to coming with a delegation here to Oxnard to take a look at what we have to offer. And this is me here. They asked me to do the toast before we started to speak. And we'll go to the next slide. And coincidentally, I was at my daughter's school, and one of her classmates, whose mother is Japanese, and she travels during summer back to Japan. She said that she saw this article in one of the Japanese newspaper that she gets a feed, and she recognized me. There I am. So she sent me the link, so I shared it with all of you, and this is following one of the presentations that we did. Go to the next one. Or is that it? I think that's it, Diego. I thought there was a couple more photos, but so just to wrap up, I think there's a lot of economic benefit to this trip. For some of us that go to these like Cal City conferences, other conferences, sometimes it comes with a lot of personal sacrifice. For me, I'm married, have 3 little kids, so to make a commitment to go for a week, it's a lot. So after careful consideration, looking at the benefits, I made a decision to go. And actually, it was a wonderful opportunity. I've had already I've circled back with our Ventura Western Business Alliance, because one of the things that was asked is, after I spoke at the United Nations University, was a lot of the students have actually come here, have attended USC, UCLA, Stanford, and other California universities. And one of the things that they love the best has been Mexican food. And there's a shortage of that in Tokyo and in Osaka. They said there was one restaurant where the chef actually went to Mexico City and studied that cuisine and came back to offer that. And so I've already had some really good conversations with some of the business owners here to see if they would, when the delegation comes from Japan here, put them in contact with them to give them the insight as to how to operate and open up a business down there, because that is something that's needed, and I think it would be very successful. I just wanted to share that with all of you. But if you have any other questions about it, I certainly come down and see me in my office. I'd be happy to go over some more photos with you and have maybe a more in-depth discussion as to what was gained by that trip. So thank you, everyone. So I'll yield my time, and we'll go back to you, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Absolutely.
There was a slide there of all the attendees, lots of mayors and other elected officials, but I did see one executive from, I think it was Santa Barbara.
There was.
Yes. You didn't invite me. Can you actually retell a little bit the story about trash and trash cans?
One of the things, as you know, I am really committed to beautifying our city, because I want everybody to see it the way I see it. When I was a policeman driving around the city, I saw just how beautiful it is, not only the city, but the people and our culture here and what we offer in businesses. But one thing that always upset me is sometimes people discard things in the alleys or just not take care of their city. They don't have that kind of civic pride oftentimes. And one of the things that I saw in Japan is just that. It is the care for that city. You see what is absolutely possible. And I saw that in Osaka, I saw that in Tokyo, where you go to the transportation center, we took the bullet train, and there is no public trash. There's no public trash cans. the members of those communities walk around with a plastic bag, and it's shamed upon if you come upon an article of trash being discarded. If you just step over it, you pick it up, you put it in your bag, and when you're able to, then you throw it away. And that is, it goes to show what is possible. And that's what sometimes we clearly don't see that here, right? We see a piece of trash and we start playing soccer with it, as opposed to picking it up. You know, if anything, we have people complain about, hey, what in the streets people come and clean up our street, as opposed to why not care for it yourself and do that. So it really shows you what is absolutely possible if you have a culture from the start where parents and as a community you impress upon as kids, take care of your city, have some civic pride, pick up after yourself when you're at the park, when you're in your school, and continue that, and us as adults model that behavior. And then we would all have a much better taken care of city if we all contribute just that much. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank our speakers tonight who came. I also wanted to highlight that our community knows that there's an increase in detainment and doxing of those who are publicizing the injustices that are going on in our community. And I think that that's what I've learned tonight and what I continue to take in from the younger generation is the importance of utilizing this position to elevate and to shed light and to use my voice to advocate for our community and to ensure that the violation of human rights is continuously exposed. I think history has shown time and time again that, through the ending of slavery, through the civil rights movement, that many of our community members that often are at the forefront are demonized for shedding light on a lot of those injustices. And as said tonight by the mayor, there are upcoming agenda items that will be at our next meeting to help support, but I know that it's going to take more than just seeding legal aid funding in our community. It's, as many of our community members have said, it is the community that has stepped up and taken the responsibility to ensure that those human rights are upheld and exposed, whether it makes people feel uncomfortable or not. I think that it's important that our community continues to see what is being imposed on us by this federal government. So I know as a part of civic engagement, I want to encourage the community to cast your vote. Tomorrow is the last day to cast your vote. It's election day, hence why we are having our meeting tonight. Ballot boxes will be available. Highly encourage people to cast their vote before 8 p.m. There's ballot boxes and voting centers all throughout the county that folks can go to. If you didn't get your ballot in the mail, you can go in person. If you have an ID, I'm sure they can help provide support there to ensure that that vote is casted. I'll be convening a neighborhood council chairs meeting in my district on Thursday, November 13th. This is really just a great opportunity to hear from neighborhood leaders about what's happening in our community, things that need to be improved, short and long-term visions for District 6 in South Oxnard. The mayor will be joining me at that meeting as well to really continue to ensure that not only do we see improvements, but we have that regular communication with those who are continuously doing the work on the ground throughout our districts. This Thursday, November 6th at 6 p.m., our Southwinds Neighborhood Council will be having their meeting. There's also food distributions that are held by Food Share at Southwinds Park on the first and third Saturday of each month. This Saturday, November 15th from 8 to 2 p.m., there's going to be a drop-off bulky item event at Southwinds Park. At the same time, there's going to be a pop-up event from city staff to really promote the South Oxnard Connect initiative. This initiative is going to be shared out to the community, and it's aimed at increasing mixed income housing and transit-oriented development. For those that are interested in learning more about that initiative, they can contact South Oxnard Connect at oxnard.org. This Saturday, November 8th, Bryce Canyon North and South will also be holding their bulky item drop-off day at Carty Park from 8 to 2 p.m. Highly encourage community members to go out and attend these events. I know that there's a lot of support needed to get mattresses, furniture, dumped out into the proper way of disposal. So definitely take advantage of those free opportunities. And that is the conclusion of my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Perrello?
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the information for your trip. I appreciate it, and I really do appreciate the extra the city manager asked about the trash. That's a big deal. With respect to Councilman Perez's comments and about the neighborhood cleanups that are coming up, any resident in Oxnard can attend and go to one of those neighborhood cleanups. It isn't simply for those neighborhoods. Thank you for bringing that up. The first thing tonight, I really appreciate the Public Works presentation that was given tonight. A lot of good information. A lot of it has been given before, but sometimes people forget. The second thing, it is Election Day tomorrow. I did not get a ballot in the mail, but I went to the government center and voted. I was told at the government center that this is not uncommon. Several people are complaining they didn't get the ballot. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tired, broken down statement, but elections have consequences. You're living through some right now. I really appreciate the city manager putting the information that he put out. The final words, and I double checked here, the final words of him, in due time. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more information to come. Do I trust the city treasurer? The answer is no. I have a long history with the gentleman. I do not trust him. And I believe when more information comes out, this will be exposed. The people that spoke tonight with respect to the immigration, this and the way ICE is handling it, it's terrible what's going on. But I sat here and I wondered, because I don't know the fact. There was a statement made that somebody threw something through the back window of a car. I don't know if that's a fact. And apparently it went through the window of a car. If anybody saw that, did by chance they turn the individual in that did that to whoever the authorities are? I hope they did. No, I'm not looking for an answer, because I look at this and I'm going, people want my public police department to get involved. And apparently the complaint is that they're not there. What would have happened if it had been a Molotov cocktail? What would have happened? Anybody getting hurt. When there are tremendous opportunities in this country to protest, voice your concerns, but there have always been, through the entire history of this nation, there have been people that look to create trouble. And incidents such as the individual throwing something, that creates trouble and it escalates. It's terrible that it happens. I appreciate the person sharing that information. I appreciate that there's people paying attention. I appreciate the person that called in and explained what the legal rights and the legal was of the individual that identified themselves. There are legal laws in this nation. Some we like, some we don't. But it's supposed to be a nation of laws. I'm grateful that I sit up here. I'm grateful that I got elected. I can be called out, I can be recalled. An attempt was done in that the past, it failed. I can lose an election, I can quit. I enjoy being up here. Sometimes it's not fun, but it's a privilege that I accept and a privilege that I realize I'm blessed to have this privilege to say something, one of 7 people to say something about the city of Oxnard. The things that are going on in the city of Oxnard that our treasurer has done, and it wasn't pointed out, and I wish it would have been. If you look at this video, look at the email addresses that he uses. You want to conduct business against the city of Oxnard? You want to appoint somebody as an assistant city treasurer? You want to relate to the combination of that person being related to a council member? You want to look into this a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. And I do look forward to more in due time coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I attended the East Village Neighborhood Council last week. It was a great meeting and good presentations. Much appreciated for the chair, Arwejo, and the vice chair for holding that and bringing in the city clerk, actually, who gave a very informative presentation for folks and explained a number of the many things that she does for the residents of Oxnard. And we did hear from our traffic engineer as well as Councilmember Starr. I have just a couple quick updates here. One has a slide, if Diego can cue that up, and it's for Senate Bill 1103. We should see that in just a moment. All right, and just as a reminder for folks that this is the Commercial Tenant Protection Act, and this is aimed at small business owners, especially in communities like the city of Oxnard. And so if you yourself or you know someone who is a small business owner within the state of California and they meet these particular criteria, let them know about this, because there are some protections that have been put in place for them when it comes to space that they lease and working with their landlord and the contracts that happen with that. Very important when it comes to language equity and ensuring that everybody is treated fairly and that nobody is being taken advantage of, especially our entrepreneurs and small business owners. Thank you, Diego. And my last part of my updates here, I also want to commend the students and the school districts that saw the student assembly that happened at Plaza Park this past week. And I happened to be there. I was here for a meeting for something else, and when I saw that there was going to be a demonstration that was student-led, and seeing how it was handled last time by the school district, I made time to be there, and I commended a number of students who carried themselves incredibly well with great dignity and utilize and exercise their First Amendment right to peacefully assemble and voice their concern and displeasure with the actions of their government. And I also appreciate the school district for ensuring that it was done in a safe manner and that nobody was being placed in harm, and even accidentally, like getting too close to the street. And I saw some of the 805 and DocuFund folks who are here tonight who were there serving them as well, and I helped pass out water and talk with folks, and I appreciate your presence there, because that was an opportunity to talk with those students about what was going on and hear their voices on that and let them know how they can also continue those conversations on their campuses and out in their communities. So thank you to everybody for that. And lastly, regarding the incident at A Street last week, I just want to rewind a little bit. And I was at Wood Road and Laguna Road on July 10th at Glass House, as there were many, many, many other county residents and community members who came out to, again, express their displeasure with the actions of their government. I saw and recorded excessive use of force, misconduct, abuse on the part of our federal government and agents and officials who represent that government. And as a result of that, the ACLU brought forward a lawsuit that had already started in June, and folks can look it up. It was the LA Press Club et al. Versus Noam. And they achieved a preliminary injunction because of that, because of agents who were targeting and firing upon, using projectiles not intended for that purpose, to fire upon journalists, upon legal observers, and upon demonstrators. And I know that when I reviewed and I saw many familiar names from Ventura County in that who wrote legal declarations, I was inspired to see just how many people not only wanted to get involved and go down that route to let's use the legal challenges in the court system to address what's happening, these atrocities in our communities, but I felt privileged to be part of that and know that, thank you to Councilwoman Perez, who said we need to document this. And all of my videos and all of my photos were given to the ACLU, and some of them were utilized. But folks, go read that and see it paints an accurate picture for what happened that day from many, many points of view with photo and video documentation to back that up. But I say that because last week at A Street, I went there as well. And when I got there at the northern side, there were 9 other individuals there at that time, and I know there were more people on the southern side. Yet, even at that time, I was there 6 minutes before agents did something that certainly gave me pause, where they started taking pictures of everybody. And if you see a post I made last night, they have facial recognition software that recognizes people from a database of 200 million plus government-sourced photos to see, well, who's in this crowd? Who are these people? And immediately after that, they took the agent taking the picture took his rifle and lifted it up. I'm not sure for what reason, and I'm not trained in using rifles, but I think you keep it pointed down unless you intend to use it for some reason. That was 6 minutes I was there, and that happened. And in the time I was there, I videoed almost everything I saw. I documented instances of unjustified physical contact with a demonstrator, seemingly instigated by a DHS agent. I saw people agents take out their collapsible batons when an agent forced an escalation and a reaction and agitation of demonstrators. And numerous instances of engaging in unprofessional ways with demonstrators, talking back to them, agitating them, saying things to provoke something out of them. And I got that all on video. If Trump's watching this, I bring receipts, bro. Like, I got them and I keep them. I'm gonna bring them with me every time. So I just wanna say that the last thing was the icing on the cake, unfortunately. As they left, the final vehicle to leave was the armored vehicle. And behind them, A Street was clear. There were no people there. There was a couple journalists there standing next to me. We had legal observers there. We had demonstrators, but otherwise it was clear, and yet they still chose to throw a tear gas canister and one more flashbang grenade on their way out. From my position, I've been trying to think, what can I do? What can we do as a council? We have things in process, as you've heard. We'll see that at the next agenda. But what more can I do? How can I utilize this position? So I'll just share that from my position as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Oxnard, I did file a formal complaint with the ICE Office of Professional something. I forget what the R stands for. Who cares? They're not gonna take me seriously, but it's on the record. Then Congresswoman Julia Brownley's office suggested that I also report to the Office of Inspector General. That was done as well. Those are all on the record. I'll be clear that I am keeping my expectations low on them doing anything about it, but it is on the record. It is in history that these things happened. I gave a narrative on what I saw, and I backed every single thing up with a video to prove it. I invite the public, when you see these things happening, we cannot physically get involved. I can't pull an agent's hands off somebody. I can't stop them from assaulting people, but we can be good bystanders and protect each other, because one day you're gonna need someone to be a good bystander for you. And I hope that they will do that. I apologize for the extra time on this, Mayor, but thank you very much. Those are my comments.
No, it's needed to be said, so thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
I find myself in agreement with Councilman Perillo. I find that I was very concerned to hear that somebody threw a rock or an object through a windshield. I think that the temperature increases quite a bit because of things like that. I think that we should not impede law enforcement, and I plead to you that you don't. Please, for your own sake, don't risk prison term for something like this. It's not worth it. It needs to be the sort of thing you need to fight in court, not on the streets. It's something that needs to be worked on through our courts. So I plead with you, don't do something that's going to mess up your life unnecessarily. I think one thing that I don't yet understand is, this was handed to me, or handed to all of us. I guess it's an irritation spray decontamination wipe. And I guess I can't help but wonder, if you if you come to a situation like that, with that in hand, does it come across that you may be there preparing for a confrontation? I'm concerned that if law enforcement sees you with equipment or various protective apparatus that's, I think, intended to mean well, I'm concerned that it could be used against you. So I ask that you think about that and, take it for what you will.
Councilmember Starr, people are getting pepper sprayed and they are not provoking situations and they're still getting harmed. So that was a person who was an observer and it's like me packing a first aid kit with Band-Aids or different basic tools. And I think that the point here is that our community is telling us that folks are using unnecessary force and unprovoked, they are being attacked, and that is unfortunate.
And that's a problem too. I'm just simply saying that.
I would say that's not the problem too, that's the problem.
They're both problems.
Excuse me, I shouldn't, but in my apologies, Councilmember.
Go ahead, finish.
All right, Bob?
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, anyway, I'm saying this out of care and concern, but take it for what you want. Recently, since the last meeting, I attended a trunk or treat event, it was called, at the hosted by the Eastside Little League at the La Colonia Park. It was great seeing the kids dressed up in costumes for Halloween, and we handed out lots of candy. My wife and I were out there handing candy as well to other kids, and I can tell you that the costumes that you see today, they weren't like it was when I was a kid. With a kid, I mean, you almost like, you made up something and it was like a glorified bag that you were wearing. But there they got these elaborate costumes with, this person dressed up as Venom and this, it's just really amazing that how people go all out for that. And it was a pleasure to watch, and everybody had a lot of fun. I also attended the East Village Neighborhood Council meeting, and our city clerk, Lily Lopez, had a great presentation on what she does, what her office does, and I sincerely hope that she'll take that presentation on the road, if you will, to other neighborhood councils so that they can see what an important role that you play here and what a good job you do as well. And I've been very, very happy with all of your work since I've joined the council. I also attended the La Colonia Neighborhood Council meeting. Apparently they're reconstituting themselves. It seems like it's been a long time since they've actually had a meeting, and it was actually well attended. I think about roughly 25 people were there, which is pretty good for a Saturday morning at 9 a.m. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the new chair, Daniel Alvarez, is able to do. He really cares about the kids. He's involved with the Little League. I've had conversations with him over the months about the needs that are happening with the parks out there. And I think he's going to do a really good job of representing his neighborhood. So I'm glad to see that that neighborhood council is now back off the ground, and I think they're planning on meeting as frequently as monthly. So we'll see where that goes, and good luck to you, Daniel.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Yes. So I want to thank the volunteers who are here, because I know a lot of people who have been at the forefronts witnessing, and I think that many folks feel that their hands are tied because all they can do is try to record and collect evidence of what is happening on the ground. So I thank you for trying to be safe, trying to take care of yourself, trying to take care of the community, because a lot of folks keep saying, solo el pueblo, salva el pueblo. So I appreciate all those folks who are doing it within their legal rights. And thank you, because you're doing what you can, and we're trying to do what we can, being on the dais. I wanted to share with folks a few announcements. So Oxnard College is going to be restarting the food distribution that we have on Friday mornings. Originally, it was because of the raids, and now we're restarting it this Friday in parking lot H, and it's because of the SNAP benefits that are being cut. So a lot of folks from the community have volunteered for that. If you're interested, please reach out to me, 9:30 in the morning, but volunteers should be there at 8. That is a food distribution that the community has brought together. And Oxnard College honestly has hosted and has been a pretty good partner. And not just because I work there, I love what I do, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to support in that way. I know that somebody mentioned that at the Ventura County Government Center, anybody who didn't receive their ballot, there are 2 locations within the city of Oxnard or in the proximity. Channel Island Boating Center, 3880 Bluefin Circle, close to, at the Oxnard Harbor, and then Iglesia de Dios Vivo, La Luz del Mundo, at 3326 Nyland Avenue, close to Costco. There are drop-off locations throughout the community, so if you did get your ballot, please make sure you return it. And if you didn't, then that's a place where you can go and get a ballot. I have my meeting, actually, I want to give a shout out because Visit Oxnard came and gave a presentation at the last city council meeting that we had, and I went to their launch of their new booklet, their guide for promoting businesses and et al. For the 2026-2027 year at the Sespe Creek Distillery. So it was a great event, and I was able to show up for a little bit, and they did a great job promoting Oxnard businesses and making sure that folks see how beautiful our town is. I hosted office hours this past Saturday, and thank you, Larry Stein and Roger Poirier, for joining. But my door's open. I know that some folks have more flexibility. I still do have a full-time job, and I have other personal commitments. But I make myself available the first Saturday of every month. No appointment necessary. Drop in, no problem. But for the folks who want to get a hold of me, gabriela.rodriguez@oxnard.org, and I'm always happy to connect as my schedule allows. And last but not least, I attended several Dia de los Muertos events this last week. I was the host or the MC for the OPAC celebration that we had on Friday the 25th, and then at Oxnard College on the 30th of October. It's a great way to connect with community and to, for at least that time, come together in celebration. And yes, so I can probably announce this at the next meeting. There's a few turkey distributions, feeding the homeless at Casa Lopez the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, but I know we will have a meeting before then. And this Wednesday, I do have my Gold Coast Transit Center meeting representing Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I know it's kind of hard to talk about the celebratory stuff when our communities, we're hurting, and it just kind of dampens everything. But we're here, Sarah. I also want to let you know I am starting a countywide mayor's group, so we are hearing, we're trying, sincerely trying. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Mom.
I apologize, Council. I missed the neighborhood council in my meeting. Seaview Neighborhood Council. The boundaries of Seaview are 5th Street to Woolley Road, Victoria to Patterson. They have a neighborhood council meeting Thursday, November 6th at 6:30 at the Soria Elementary School. They're having their regular agenda, but the big deal on the agenda, presentation and discussion of the Ventura County by the Ventura County Airport staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no further comment, we'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is the review of the info consent agenda. And any members of council want to pull any agenda items for discussion? Yeah, we'll go to Councilmember Starr. Go ahead.
Yes, L3 and L9.
Okay. Okay, what's the pleasure of council on the other items with the exception of L3 and L9? Yeah, Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we have one public speaker, and that is Larry Stein.
Thank you. Mr. Stein?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council staff, and general public. My concern is the tower system update, item I5 or L5. My experience with the tower system is somewhat concerning. The tower system is supposed to be an integrated accounting system for the city, not just finance, but other departments. And the billing system, the utility billing, is somewhat disconcerting, especially the way the city integrates different aspects of it with its current website. Utility billing is one of those aspects of things where the connection seems to be confusing. And when I tried to access utility billing 2 weeks ago for my bill, I processed payments, and the payments were not processed immediately. City staff directed me that they're going to contact me on the following Monday, that the update, whether it's gone through or not. City staff still has not contacted me as far as the upgrade. By passing the access links, one can actually see utility billing, but one cannot go through the main website. The links the city has to tolerate the public to be able to access its interface is somewhat disconcerting. So I'm concerned how the upgrade for this upgrade is going to actually work, and how it's going to interface, and how the city actually integrates the tower system with its own website. It's very confusing to actually make a payment. I actually made 2 payments, and one payment was processed immediately, and the second payment was processed several days later. So if somebody has upgrade to the billing system and makes a payment, one cannot really see it right away. So I'm concerned how this upgrade is going to how this upgrade is going to be updated in this current systems with the city's website. I've written software. I've been involved with software since the 1970s. Of course, software has changed since then, but I'll still do testing and things like that. I noticed that the upgrades the city does not spend the time and effort to integrate upcoming software with its current website. So I'm somewhat concerned how the city is going to actually end up doing this with other upgrades of the entire system. My overall feeling of the entire system is the fact that the city does not allow its full functionalities. I know I cannot access data the way I like to access data. I have a great deal of experience as accessing data on different government websites and other accounting systems, doing that for 40 plus years. This tower system leaves a lot to be desired, the way the city integrates the tower system for the general public usage. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for the information and consent agenda. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll move approval for the balance of the consent agenda. Do you have something? I think, Councilor.
Yes.
But I want a question from the city management. How would they address I'm sorry. I will second that, but I'd like a question addressed that the speaker brought up. In my mind, the first thing that comes statement I think he made, one bill was paid immediately and one was paid separately. And knowing Mr. Stein, I know he's tenacious for details. Is there an attempt being made to get into other data that we're not supposed to get into? Possibly somebody can address that question. If not mine, the questions that the public speaker asked. Okay, please.
Councilmember Perello, Assistant City Manager Eric Sonstegard. So while I understand a little bit of the concerns that Mr. Stein brought up, first and foremost, I'm not exactly sure they're germane to the purchase of these credit card readers. So it could be another topic that we could address on the side. And I'd be happy to sit with Mr. Stein if he came in. I'm not perfectly clear as to what he was discussing. The utility billing module for Tyler has not actually been implemented yet. And so this doesn't really have anything to do with its planning for an implementation of that. So if Mr. Stein has particular billing issues, we can have either myself or a staff member meet with him. As many people are, I'm a resident. I deal with my utility billing on a monthly basis, and it's been relatively seamless. So it could just be something that we can fix with him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonstegard. And I didn't follow it either, but it appears this is not unique. A little bit of questions are off the subject, and I'm sure Mr. Stein would take advantage of the opportunity to talk to you. But thank you for addressing my question.
Thank you, Mr. Perlow. So, Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second call for the vote.
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe items 4 and 10 are just read and file. So if you're going to approve them, I think you'd approve the others.
So Mayor and council members, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilmember Perallo for approval of the information and consent items 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11. 4 and 10 are no action required,
Correct.
just for the record. Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
thank you. We'll move to item L3, which was pulled by Councilmember Starr. This involves the Cultural and Community Services Department. Resolution authorizing the library manager to approve the library collection development policy pursuant to AB 1825, the Freedom to Read Act. The recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the library manager to approve the Oxnard Public Library's collection development policy to ensure compliance with AB 185 prior to the December 31st, 2025 state deadline. This recommendation is made as an interim administrative action while the city completes the process of recruiting, reviewing, and appointing members to the newly reestablished library board in accordance with state library law. We'll go to you for comments or questions, Councilmember.
Thank you. So I do understand that we're taking this administrative action because the library board is not yet constituted, and you need to get this done before the end of the year. My first question is, since this is being delegated to the library manager, who is the library manager? Is that you? Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah.
Good evening, that's my cue. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Let me introduce to you our library manager, Kathleen Ashmore.
Hi, Kathleen, come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, can you repeat the question?
Well, first of all, who are you?
Who am I? My name is Kathleen Ashmore. I'm the library manager. I've been at the library since January of 2024. And one of the things I've been tasked with is updating, getting the board back on, and then updating the policies and procedures within the library.
Okay. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is on this policy, can you tell me like what types of materials are prohibited from being part of the library collection?
So this collection development policy, the purpose of it is to answer that question. The current policy we have was created in 1992, and then it had some very minor upgrades in 2012. And so what the collection development policy does is it's the guiding post for our librarians for selection of materials, management of that materials, deselection of the materials, and how we vet the sources, what we weed, how we weed the books from the collection. And so this policy really is the guidepost for that. It gives the guidance on, do we put it in the collection? Is it not germane to our collection? What we focus to improve the collection and things like that.
Right. And I guess, one person brought up this concern to me that maybe we might use taxpayer dollars to fund materials that are not appropriate for children, let's say. And I'm wondering if can you tell me?
Yes, I can answer that. The Freedom to Read Act is a legislative item that is coming up in a lot of different states. And within the collection development policy, if you read through that, a required part of it is what's called a reconsideration policy. And what that reconsideration policy does is, let's say I put Dr. Seuss in the collection, and somebody else is like, you know what, we really don't like Dr. Seuss. That person has a path forward to say, you know what, I really don't like Dr. Seuss, he rhymes too much. So it allows a path for somebody who has concerns about what's put in the collection to tell us what it is, why they don't like it, if they feel it should be removed, relocated, things like that. And so it gives a very clear path forward so that we could hear the community's concerns and assess them.
Okay, so if you have resident that's opposed to Dr. Seuss because he doesn't like green eggs or something like that, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So, has this ever been used before? Where, I mean, have parents come in or others come in and say, hey, we think this is inappropriate? And
In my research here in Oxnard Public Library, we've had 2 that I could find from the 90s. Nothing recently. Now, with that said, I have a really great staff who is very receptive to hearing the feedback of our patrons. So one of the things in the collection development policy, one of the major ways that we do collection management is through patron requests. So if somebody comes in and says, we want green eggs and ham, that is on the top of our priority list to assess and see if we want to purchase that. On the other side of that, they're also very receptive to saying, hey, what are your concerns? We will sit down, we'll have that conversation. So it getting to the point of it needing to go into a reconsideration policy is very rare because we have a really receptive staff to hearing the community's input.
so as I was reading through this collection policy, there was, I saw what, I guess it looked to me like it was a contradiction, but maybe it's not. On page 86 of the staff report, it talks about parents or guardians are responsible for decisions regarding children's use of library materials. The library does not act in loco parentis.
Yes.
I think I pronounced that correctly. But I look on page 88, and they're talking about the library of things and all these, which I guess includes tools or maybe reading materials as well. Where it says the use of individual items may require a liability waiver or be restricted to adult use only. So on the one hand, it seems like we don't want to be in the role of a parent. And then on the other hand, I'm seeing language here that says that something is restricted to adult use. So I'm trying to square that.
That's a good question. So what the loco parentis is saying is that I'm not going to decide what your child can check out because I may have different opinions on a book than another parent, and we can't step into that role. However, with that said, we have different types of cards within the library. We have a children's card, and if they get a children's card, the only item they're allowed to check out is in our children's collection. Okay. We have a teen card, which allows for children and teen materials. And then we have a full access card, which is anything. And so that's where those limitations are going to come in. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you've cleared up a lot for me. I really appreciate that, Ms. Ashmore.
Thank you very much.
If I pronounced that correctly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Portillo.
Just wanted to share, I've only discussed a couple of things with you. I've been very impressed with your work in the library, and I'm impressed with the number of people that have talked to me and explained how good you and your staff are taking care of not just one library, but all of our libraries.
Thank you. I will definitely pass that on to the staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also appreciate all the events you've been having. I saw all the butterflies last week, and you've had a lot of community events. So bringing people together, really appreciate that because it goes beyond just the book and the reading. So thank you.
It does. And we've
But
been.
the native garden plants and everything, I've seen it.
Yes, we have the native garden plan. We're going to be having a workforce development project with Ventura County Workforce Development Board. Did I get that right? Okay. In January that we're very excited about. We're going to have programs for the kids so the parents can come in and really focus on resumes and things like that. And so, yeah, we're really trying to get back out into the community and responsive. So thank you very much.
And I mentioned it at the last meeting, but I happened to be at the library on the Great Shakeout. You all did an amazing job. So I wasn't going around telling the world I'm the city councilwoman, but you all did an amazing job, just as a constituent.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just lastly, I do appreciate the hub of activity that's going on at the library. I love it. And soon you're going to have it even look better when the outside gets redone.
Yes.
Right? It's just going to be that much better for everyone just go in and enjoy the great services. Yes, go ahead.
One more thing, Mayor. At the beginning of the meeting today, we had Public Works make a presentation. It was talking about certain areas we don't have the employees that we need. Possibly you could talk with Mr. Michael Wolf or one of his staff, and he could give you an idea, or you could give him an idea, what he needs to help you to get this out. Because moms and dads, I'm sure, want to get their kids with good jobs. Specifically, what they were talking about is wastewater. And a lot of people turn their nose up and go, I don't want to do that. But when they find out what the job pays, the tunes change. But unfortunately, they don't find out. And if you're having a job future or something coming in January, I hope that you take advantage of that. He's got a lot of good people, a lot of good ideas, but you've been tremendous for our city.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any more praise for?
It's great to see so much positivity. How many of you can pull out your library card right now?
Boom.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to see him?
Yeah.
We also have some new ones that the kids and our staff designed. We've had them for about 1.5 years or so. So if you want a new one, they're very cute.
Nice, nice. What's the pleasure of council on this item?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
thank you.
Oh, you have the old school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasting out one.
Oh, you got the old school one too. We'll move to item 9. This is from Public Works. Agreement with BKF Engineers for a city master plan for drainage. The recommendation that the city council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with BKF Engineers for a term of 1 year from November 4th, 2025 to November 3rd, 2026, with the option to extend 1 year ending November 3rd, 2027, for total contract amount not to exceed $629,950 for the development of a city master plan drainage for the engineering division. Public Works and Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 back on October 14th, 2025. And Director Wolf and his staff are here to answer any questions we may have. We'll start with you, Councilmember Starr.
Thank you. So I looked at the pre-recorded presentation on this, and I watched the committee meeting as well to get up to speed on this. I recognize that the last time this was done, it was in 2003, so it's been a long time since we've done this, and I can see why it's needed. My question, though, is this: since the general plan has an impact on what the anticipated drainage effects would be, I'm wondering, might it make more sense to wait to do this until we do the next general plan update, which is, what, in a few years from now? So my concern is that any plan we make in the next year or two could become obsolete once there's an updated general plan.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. So the general plan has an influence on the master plan drainage, but to the extent that hydrology and hydraulics are going to change, it's not. And so whether or not undeveloped parcel is zoned R10 or R20, that's not going to really change the hydraulics and hydrology of the master plan drainage. And so there, in my opinion, there's no reason to wait for this. This is a document, though, that is going to be used when those developments do come in and say, hey, this is your responsibility, developer, to build these improvements. And so when we have such a dated document, my technical opinion is that we need to get this document up to speed, regardless if we're going to be having a general plan update sometime soon, because it's not going to move the needle that much on the hydraulics and hydrology of what the city looks like.
And in your opinion, how often should something like this be done?
So I would say that there's two components to this. There's a component of the hydraulics and hydrology, which doesn't change a lot. but is influenced by development. So if you have a fast-paced development of a city, then that will dictate it differently than if you have a fully built-out city. And so there's not a cookie-cutter answer to your question. And then the other part of it is you utilize this to develop your development impact fees associated with drainage. And so 20 years ago, the cost of these things, 20 years is a long time to have this. You're doing basically consumer price index changes on this, and you're really not going back in there with a hard look about, is this really truly the cost of these construction items? And so I think 20 years is probably too far in terms of that component of it. But a city like Oxnard, where the majority of the space has been built out, and now we're doing infill projects, then that doesn't lend itself to being needing to be updated very often. So 20 years is not that long, right? So there's two components to that.
So like when there was a lot of development in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, and
could be every 5 or 10 years you should be doing that, right?
so I guess I'm making an assumption, and you just tell me if I'm wrong. My assumption is that the earlier plans would be a lot more expensive than what we would have now, because now we're just kind of updating a lot of it, just stays the same, whereas back then we were anticipating a lot of change, and maybe a lot of change had actually happened. Is that a fair assessment, or am I just off the mark?
No, it's a fair assessment. I will tell you, I was pretty surprised by this number.
It's a big number.
It wasn't the number I was anticipating, but the cost of things have gone up.
Right.
And so when you're starting from scratch, then they have to go out and do a lot of analysis, a lot of field investigation. When now we have technology, you can do surveys by, with flyovers, but with planes, relatively easy. So topography is a lot easier now than maybe in 1970s and 1980s, that kind of stuff. So you take, different approach, but the amount of analysis that we can do now, the amount of detail that we can do now, you're paying a little bit more for that as well. So I think there's a little give and take on that in terms of maybe it was cheap, less expensive when you have a starting point, but if you want to really get into the details, it's going to be more expensive. And so I think we're now to the point where we want some detail to this, and we want to be able to run some scenarios of different model scenarios, things like that. And we also want to have a component in here, the NPDS component to this. And so
NPS?
That's the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. So we want to have a component in here of the future permit requirements for water quality. Okay. And so that adds a layer to this that wasn't there in the 70s and 80s. And so you start adding those things and you start seeing these prices.
Got it. Well, it is a big number, but it sounds like we need to do it.
Not the number I wanted to pay, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, what's the pleasure of, well, before that, Mayor.
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this
Thank you.
item. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. What's the pleasure of council on this item?
I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilwoman Perez. Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. This is the time and place for, okay, we'll move to item M for public hearing. This is a time and place set for a public hearing on item M1. This is from the Community Development Department. Subject ordinance regarding building regulations. The recommendation is that the City Council introduce and approve the first reading by title only, waiving further reading of an ordinance amending Articles 2 through Articles 13 and 15 and 16 of Chapter 14 of the Oxnard City Code pertaining to the California Building Code, California Residential Code, California Green Building Standards Code, California Historical Building Code, California Electrical Code, California Existing Building Code, California Mechanical Code, California Referenced Standards Code, California Plumbing Code, California Energy Code, California Wildland Urban Interface Code, Fire Codes, and the Fire Sprinklers, creating Article 29 pertaining to the International Property Maintenance Code and the Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings. This item did not originate in committee, as it is a routine operational item. And Director Jeff Pingilli with the Community Development Department is here. And we start with the City Clerk certification of publication and written communications. If any, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. There was a legal notice published in Vida newspaper on October 23rd, and the City Clerk's office has received no written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do any council members have any ex parte communications or other disclosures regarding this matter to state for the record?
No.
Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city's website, and a person who did not sign up may do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and at the city's website, oxnard.org /city-meetings / Jeff Pingilli, Community Development Director, posted a video presentation regarding this item and is available to answer any brief clarifying questions council members may have before we take public testimony on this item. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Pingilli. Given that this is a public hearing, and I know it's routine, but just so it's on the record, because Measure M prohibits the reenactment of the presentation, if any members of the public who are watching the public hearing didn't have the chance on their own time to see that, they won't see it here tonight. So would you mind summarizing the item, and then if there are any specific changes that you think we should be called out to draw attention to?
Mayor Pro Tem Council Jeff Pingilli, Community Development Director. This is a routine item to update every 3 years. The state of California updates its building standards codes. The building standards codes is that laundry list you just read of a lot of different codes that are comprised as the Title 24, as we refer to it, the set of codes that we're commonly referred to as the building code, the plumbing code, et cetera. This update, it brings forward updates that we've had before, and we have local modifications that we've made before, I should say. And these local modifications are made because of specific topographic, climatic, and geologic conditions. And again, the same findings, the same baseline conditions are why we're bringing these similar code modifications up so that they can be more germane to our specific jurisdiction. The new addition this year is the Wildland Urban Interface Code. That's a brand new volume of the Title 24 codes. And that's pulling, it was a good, I think a good maneuver to bring the Wildland Urban Interface fire code sections from 3 different locations within the residential code, the building code, and the fire code, combine them into their own code so they're not spread out over 3 different volumes. And so much of the information in there is similar to what we've seen, but it's been updated and more pertinent now to our jurisdiction with the adoption of the fire hazard severity maps that we had in April this year. That aside, one other interesting note is AB 130. It's a everything in the kitchen sink bill that has, the headline is the CEQA exemptions for a lot of projects, but there's also a lot of other things in there, including some prohibitions on cities coming up with new local modifications if they weren't previously adopted. There's some exceptions to that, and the main exception that we meet is these are all local modifications that were made under previous code adoptions We're bringing them forward into the new code. Some of them found new section numbers as the codes have been renumbered and updated, but the basis for those and the findings are all the same.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments?
I mean, I guess I see this as pretty much a ministerial act on our part. It's not like we have any choice in this matter. And I think it's a good thing we adopt the current standards. Makes it certainly easier for architects and civil engineers. You wouldn't want them to have to work with codes from different years, depending on what city they're in. But my question has to do with timing. What happens with a set of plans that was submitted, let's say back in June, but it doesn't get approved until January? Do they have to start all over again? How does that work?
We try to be business friendly and flexible with that. And if a project was submitted and it was in the plan check process, you can imagine a very large project that has multiple plan check cycles might take, more than 6 months, 8 months, what have you, of back and forth. As long as they were still active in the process. In other words, they didn't sit on the plans for a year and did nothing. Right. And in that case, they still can continue under the older codes. And we could have projects being built under the current codes well into the next code cycle because they were, in at the right time and they had a proper application in, they were in the process and pursuing their application. So there's not a penalty on January 1st where you got to go back and start over. We respect the application that locks them in as long as they continue forward with their project. And for those that are struggling, we try to make accommodations. It's usually pretty black and white. They're either close to the finish line and we'll get them over the finish line, or they haven't had any activity for a year or 18 months and they've obviously abandoned the project. And in that case, if they do want to resubmit, they would have to update to the new codes.
Right. And I'm not an engineer. I'm sure a lot of changes were made. Can you kind of just give me some inkling of just one or two examples of a change where it used to be done this way, but now it would be done that way instead?
Well, the underlying base code has a lot of, they call it the international code. It's predominant throughout all of the contiguous United States. And it has some things that pertain to jurisdictions that don't have high seismic activity. For example, one thing that comes up at the top of my head that we typically strike out for this high seismic region is most wood frame structures have plywood shear walls, which is their major lateral force resisting component. Has a very good performance, and but they're traditionally fashioned with a specific size nail at a certain spacing. Well, in the base code, if we didn't strike it out, there could be a developer or a contractor that is allowed to use structural staples to attach these critical components together, and the energy dissipation and everything is different. It hasn't been tested that way. So nobody tries to do that in my experience, but it's in the code. So we just strike it out and say you have to use box nails or common nails for shear walls per the schedules that are in the code. We just eliminate some options that are kind of superfluous to our specific regions.
Right, and I think you're addressing the modifications that we're making. I was actually asking more about just kind of as a general inkling, like, for example, there might be some changes to the California Mechanical Code. I have no idea what those are. I don't know if it's something that's, like I said, I'm just trying to understand, is there a particular example or two that you can give us from all these codes of what's changing and why it's important?
The one change I mentioned earlier was the update to the wildland urban interface code being pulled out into its own section, and some code sections were updated. For example, we have a high fire hazard zone here, but we do not have a very high fire hazard severity zone. And the prior code that they're pulling together in this new volume had what is kind of an omission where some of the requirements that were intended for high fire zones were not stated as such in the prior code that they should apply there. In other words, they only applied per the pure reading of the code in the very high fire hazard zones. Okay. And so that has been one correction that's made as it's also brought into its own code section. Generally, most of the codes are tweaked and updated, minor things here and there. The one code that is always very progressive has been the energy code. That's been the case for quite a number of code cycles where they're trying to meet certain energy goals each code cycle. And they have a very, very robust public outreach program. A lot of stakeholder groups participate in the code update process for the energy code, specifically through the Energy Commission. And I don't have the specifics off the top of my head, but the general progression is that we move from solar ready to installed solar on single family homes and then installed solar on multifamily. And we're seeing the same progression from electric ready on single family homes to electric ready on multifamily. We're seeing an expansion of the requirements for EV charging stations as a part of multifamily and a little bit into commercial as well. So that continuing progression in the energy code is one where you'll see the most changes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. If there's no other comments or questions, I'll now open up the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers for this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for the public hearing. Thank you.
If there are no speakers, then we will close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Sorry I had to do that, Councilwoman. Not right. Does any council member wish to comment? Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Pengelly, when the local coastal plan is approved, will that, being that this is done every 3 years, we don't know when that's going to be approved, how will that impact us?
The local coastal plan update is independent of the building code updates. There's no tangible direct correlation. There's clearly zoning and other impacts, land use impacts to those to our coastal zone through the local coastal program update. But the built structures will still be, in the coastal region. The beachfront homes will still be constructed on piles until that data is updated from FEMA, not the sea level rise updates that are outside of the FEMA process. But they're two separate processes. They both have an effect on the property owners in the region, but from different angles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. I will now entertain a motion to approve the recommended action.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
thank you. The next item on the agenda is item N1. This is from the City Attorney Department. Subject donation agreement and property disposal. Recommended action that the City Council approve and authorize 1, acceptance of a boat donation from Anthony Harris, and 2, authorize a purchasing agent to sell, auction, or otherwise dispose of the donated boat. And I see Ms. Macron, our Assistant City Attorney, is here. Thank you. And we have 1 public speaker so far on this item. Any council members have any questions yes, go, Councilwoman.
I do have a question, and I apologize for not getting it to your office ahead of time. I'm assuming this is a unique situation, and I'm wondering why the person who currently owns, I know that the boat got there without their knowledge, why they're not responsible for holding the boat or the property for the 90 days that we're supposed to keep? Like, why does the city, like, if I park somewhere and my vehicle gets towed for being parked in a place where it shouldn't be, then the owner of the vehicle would be responsible. So I'm trying to understand, because I would not like this to be a precedent to other situations.
Yes, thank you. Elma Karen, Assistant City Attorney. And the storage of vehicles and the storage of boats and abating boats and vehicles are 2 completely different animals. So it's not as easy to abate a boat is what we found out, and we did this pretty quickly. So it's not one of those situations where we say, hey, go out there, move it, or we're going to put it in this yard, and you can't get it out, until you pay the fees. The boatyard won't actually take it and store it because storage spaces for boats are at a premium, so they're not going to fill up their yard with boats that aren't going to be paying the storage fees. And then the other unique problem here is, for whatever reason, when the boat was moved without his knowledge, it doesn't run. Something's broken. That could be a million things. So he had no way, and more importantly, no means to actually get it out of there. So the city did abate it. This is definitely probably a first in the city's history, I'm fairly certain. Not a thing that's going to be recurring, and definitely a unique situation. And my understanding is he just does not have the financial means to store it, to fix it, or to move it, and then he has nowhere to move it to, because I don't know exactly how large the boat is, but it looks like it's in between 20 to 30 feet, so it's not like it's something you're going to put in your driveway.
Thank you.
So thank you. It just really was a very unique situation, and I appreciate the report and the work behind the scenes.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions? Good, Councilmember.
So I guess, does this mean that we don't have the option of being able to recover the funds from the boat owner?
Well, what he's going to do is he's going to sign over ownership of the boat. It is in good condition from the exterior and the interior. There's something wrong with it to where it won't start. We don't know what it is. But what we are asking you to do is to authorize the purchasing agent to go ahead and sell it as surplus properties, essentially, and hopefully we can recover our costs at auction.
So if there is a shortfall, do we have any option on the table to go after this guy, or is it?
If we wanted to, we could try and go ahead and file a civil action for damages against him. But this is really, the boat is where the value is. It's not, even if we got a judgment, again, we'd have to enforce it. It's not something we could necessarily attach to his property, as he doesn't have any other type of property that we could, issue a judgment against. So it's one of those situations where, in order to, kind of keep our area nice and keep the public dock functioning, we did incur costs. Yeah.
So I guess my only request would be, after this whole thing is done and sold off, I'd like to know, do we come out ahead? Do we come out behind? If that's something that we can, I just have an idea of what the dollar thing, because I don't know if it's going to be a $5,000 problem, $10,000.
We don't either, but this is so unique that we will definitely provide you guys an update. My office will send out an email.
Thank
We're
you.
not sure how long the process will take, but we'll keep you posted.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. It seems like we're just trying to mitigate a greater loss, correct?
Correct.
Thank
Yes.
you.
I appreciate that, Ms. McCron. We'll go to, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember.
This is in District 1. I greatly appreciate the comments from the two council members that asked the question. There's a big story here. It's not really juicy, but it's a learning lesson. But I, have request that our city does everything they can to enforce or impress upon the person that's going to be auctioning this boat, that he gets it out there as many people as he can, no greater expense to us, so we can recover our costs at minimum. The boat's 39 feet. If you get a chance to look at it, it's a nice boat, but you got to be able to take care of a boat.
Thank you for that insight, Mr. Parlow. Mr. Stein, you want to come up and provide your public comment? It's a nice boat.
I have a certain amount of history of many, many things. I'd like to use this time to relate a little story. In the 1980s, there was an organization called Intercontinental Illinois. They were savings and loan. They had titles of thousands of boats. It was savings and loan that went belly up, so to speak. And I had a client who was interested in buying titles on all these boats. And the federal government was involved, and he could not get access to these boats. The boats literally sunk in Lake Michigan and other Great Lakes. And it was literally a case of sinking asset. I'm somewhat concerned that the city expedites this process so they don't get involved in another sinking asset. The boat is some value to some people, but another story is the happiest boat owner is when he buys the boat. Second happiest is when he sells the boat. So I'd like to keep this in mind as to the activities that this situation gets expedited as quickly as possible, so it does not become another sinking asset on behalf of the city's excessive demands and concerns or water safety. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Larry, maybe you could float us alone.
Mayor,
asset.
Mayor, I've heard it described that a boat is a hole in the water that you throw money into.
Well, we got a lot of comics in here, comedians.
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll move the acceptance of the boat donation and authorize the purchasing agent to sell, auction, or otherwise dispose of the donated boat.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes.
and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the next item on the agenda. This is item N2 from the Finance Department. Subject, authorization for investment of funds in a local government investment pool. The recommended actions is that the City Council, one, adopt a resolution authorizing investment of monies in the California Asset Management Program. And two, authorize the mayor to complete any related documents and agreements to open City of Oxnard accounts with the California Asset Management Program. This item did not originate in a committee. And our Chief Financial Officer, Javier Chagoyan Lázaro, is here to answer any questions we may have. Any council members have any questions of him or his staff at this time? Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
Yeah, a few questions. So here you state there's no financial impact, and I'm just wondering, what the opportunity costs are here. Are we sacrificing any yield to avoid the option of selecting individual securities?
Good evening, Javier Chagoyen Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. Thank you for the question, and the short answer is no.
Okay, all right. And the 75 million limitation that we have on funds with LAIF, the Local Agency Investment Fund, I'm wondering, is that something that's set by law, or is it a policy enacted by the city or LAIF? Do you know?
The limit with the Local Agency Investment Fund is set up by the state of California.
Great. And I can see that the Government Code Section 6509.7 allows two or more public agencies that have the authority to invest funds in their treasuries may by agreement jointly exercise that common power. I'm wondering, by getting involved with this camp, are we effectively becoming a member of a joint power authority to enact this, or is it only us holding shares of beneficial interest? I'm trying to understand the relationship there.
There's two forms to participate in the California Asset Management Plan. One is as a participant or shareholder, and the other one is an investor. The one that we're recommending initially is just to participate as an investor.
Okay. And if the yield of either LAIF or CAMP, if one were to be higher than the other, would staff have discretion as to weighting the investment of one versus the other, or how's that going to work?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So let's say that CAMP is making a higher yield, let's say, than LAIF is. Would you be recommending that assets be moved from LAIF to CAMP, or is that something that's not an option?
We probably will be doing some kind of recommendation or reassessment. They have different, although both of them are relatively short-term investment with daily liquidity, they have different characteristics, and they have different, they're going to behave differently depending on what the market condition is, because the average maturity is different in both of them. But the way it's going to work is these are also instruments that support the daily liquidity needs for the city. So there's going to be instances we're going to have to call money from this investment to meet the cash flow needs that we have for the city. And then when we have surplus, we're going to have the options depending on to reinvest either in LAIF or CAP. or camp, with the limitation that with LAVE, we can only allocate up to $75 million. Now, if we have room to allocate these investments, because we don't have the max in LAVE, and we still have funds available, we will make an assessment of what are the market conditions and where can we get the biggest return of investment for the city. At that point, yes, staff will be making that assessment.
So who's making the decision of how much to place into or take out of the pool at any given time?
So we just follow our cash flow needs, and based on those cash flow needs that we monitor daily, then we'll just be making those decisions.
I guess here's what I'm struggling with. I know we can use a pool to make decisions about, the individual securities, have them do that. I can see how we can do that, how law allows that. I don't know if we can delegate the decision to how much money goes into a fund to somebody other than the city council. So what I'm wondering, I guess I want some clarity on that, because I'm just reading this and I'm going, okay, we can have pool investments, but still, it seems like it's still the city council's responsibility to actually make the decision of how much money goes into it. So maybe somebody can help me with that.
And I'm going to try to address that concern. The investment authority is within the city council. It's the same as with LAVE. The city has authorized staff through resolution to make investment of surplus funds. We're not purchasing a specific investment. We're just basically allocating that surplus fund into this program. So it's the same, the authority to invest in camp is following the same structure as with investing with LAVE.
Yeah, I get it, but you're still investing in a pool. Maybe we're not choosing the individual securities, but it seems to me that a decision is still being made to invest money. And I just question whether we can really delegate that to you. I think that I'm certain that you could come back to us, for example, and say, hey, we recommend that this much money be set aside and put into a pool. I'm not sure that we have the legal authority to just delegate that to staff.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I hear Councilman Starr's position. While I don't agree with it, I think one option may be for the city council to authorize investment in camp, but basically the parameters would be you max out at LAIF and then you advance in camp. Invest in camp. Under that scenario, there would be no discretion. You basically take to the max in LAIF, which is 75 million, and then roll over to camp. So I think that is a mechanism in which you take away that level of discretion. Well, once again, that may not be the best as far as getting the highest return, but that would address the issue that Councilman Starr has raised.
That addresses part of it, but what's missing, I think still, is that there is a certain amount of cash that we keep on hand that's not invested in one of these pools. So there's still a decision being made. I get the idea of saying the first 75 million would always go to LAIF. That's fine. I'm fine with I'm okay with the idea that we invest everything else in camp, but the problem is we're still making a decision somewhere to have money in the bank versus money invested in a pool. So I guess from my standpoint, I'm not yet persuaded that we can simply just delegate this decision to invest to staff. I think it still remains in council hands. I don't necessarily like that conclusion, but that's how I'm seeing it right now.
If I may, with this action, City Council is not delegating the investment authority. what is directing staff to allocate surplus to an investment fund, so to speak. So it's, again, this is exactly the same process as directing staff to allocate funds to the local agency investment fund, LAIF. The staff is not going to be making individual investment decisions and individual stuff. And additionally, these investments are in full compliance with California government code. So there's not the risk of being out of compliance with government code or investment policy is minimal or non-existent.
So the distinction to me doesn't make sense because, for example, I can decide to invest in a mutual fund. I'm making no decision about the individual securities that mutual fund invests in. But there's no question I'm making a decision to put money into a mutual fund. I just see this as the equivalent here. So I'm still struggling with that. I don't think there's the distinction that you're attempting to make here.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I have a question.
But using that metaphor, though, aren't we getting authority to invest in the mutual fund?
That's kind of my question. So I understand we have LAIF, L-A-I-F, and then the other investment pools, right? So you're giving us options. I'm trying to understand, like, maybe it's my ignorance to like the bigger picture and how many other options we could have. But I think that is us giving that authority or that direction for them to be able to invest in LAIF or invest in camps.
Right.
Well, camps first and then LAIF. That's my understanding, at least.
I get that part, but to address the city manager's comment, we're still making a decision, for example, to put money into a mutual fund and how much we put, how many shares of a mutual fund that you buy, how many you sell. These are individual decisions. And for me to just simply give blanket authority to somebody to make the decision as far as how many shares in a mutual fund that we own at any given time, that to me is investment activity. I just don't see I don't see a way around that.
I'm sorry, investment activity?
I was just, can I just jump in here real quick? So our authority to invest in LAIF is via a council resolution. The council passed a resolution authorizing several staff members to invest in LAIF. That's what we're asking tonight of camp. It's basically like we have one option available to us now, LAIF, but we're gonna run into the cap, which is $75 million. We basically need another fund to put money in. So we're just offering up a second option because as investments mature, we're going to need to put them somewhere. And so the council already, via resolution, gave authority for us to invest in LAIF. We're just asking for this resolution to give authority to invest in camp.
Mr. Chigona, in your research on this with the investment of the surplus monies, what is the demographics of other cities and what they're doing?
So we have Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, the County of Ventura. They participate in CAMP. There's basically from all the investment pools that are there, CAMP is the biggest, the one that holds the biggest amount of assets from all of them, over 20 billion in assets. I also want to highlight that when staff brought the investment policy to the city council, one of the comments is there was this discussion at the city council of how we're going to be making investments. And we say that we're going to come back with a recommendation that we can allow us, with the city council still holding the investment authority, allows to invest surplus funds. Otherwise, we're going to be in a situation that all the investments that the city currently holds through individual brokers in securities are going to mature, and we're not going to be able to make any investments. Those securities, those funds, are going to be sitting in our checking account, making no interest. So this will be one mechanism that will ensure that the city council still maintain the investment authority, but is giving a staff direction on how to allocate those surplus funds in the same manner that is allowing us to place surplus funds in LAIF.
So before we had this resolution, was it the treasurer that made the decision as far as how much money would go into a LAIF at any given time? Was he the one that made the decision, whether how much money was kept in there versus, taken out?
When the city council historically delegated the investment authority to the treasurer, yes, the treasurer was the person that made that decision.
Okay.
So I have a quick technical question, maybe, I guess my question is, are there any concerns with us authorizing investment in camp? Like, is there, like, if we were considering the motion at hand or the possible motion, is there like a reason why camp is not a good option? I think that's what I would like to hear, arguments against camp, potentially.
From my
I know
from
your
my
recommendation is that we do move forward with camp, but what I would like to know to make an informed decision would be, are there any concerns with us investing in camp?
Who do you wish to ask that question of?
Well,
asking
I'm
us.
asking for clarification from anybody who could provide. I know that staff is recommending we move forward with camp. I know that there's resistance on one council member, but it seems to be a preference on who the driver is versus where we're going.
Well, I think you're right in the sense that I don't have a particular objection to the use of camp or the use of LAIF. I'm just questioning whether we have the ability to delegate authority. That's where I'm coming from. And
It sounds like the city attorney says we do have the ability.
Well, the city attorney can state that position.
Thank you.
And that's fine. I'm just simply saying that I'm looking at it and I'm not persuaded yet. So I could be persuaded, but right now I'm not.
So I go way back when I was a young lawyer. I was working for the city of Dana Point when the Orange County investment debacle occurred, when many cities up and down the state lost many millions of dollars. So I've been there. My client at the time had money invested in one of these funds. So after that happened in Orange County, the state adopted very strict regulations on the type of investments that cities could make. And so the beauty of LAIF, the beauty of camp, is that they follow the state regulations. So they are investing the way in which you would invest if you hired a private investment company to manage your money. So instead, we have a joint powers authority that provides this level of expertise to ensure that our money meets the requirements of state law that was adopted as a result of the Orange County issue. So this is adding one option to where your surplus money could go. There's another point that I wanted to make, and I know staff can do that as well, is that there are a number of investments that are coming up, some long-term investments at very low interest rates that thankfully are going to be maturing, and that money can then be placed in investments that will make more money for the city. So this is one of those options which would be available to you if you make this decision tonight.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Perlo.
Sir, again, I forget, what year did you start working for the city of Oxnard?
I started working for the city in June 2023.
2023, thank you. And previously, investments were made by the city treasurer?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I think that if our council has the interest and the intestinal fortitude to look at the investments that were made prior to this gentleman coming on board and looking at the minimum interest, sometimes less than 1%, for the long period of time, you will see that the gentleman is a professional. He didn't make those, and he's recommending something different. It always comes back to a movie, Tommy Boy. If you want a good steak, you talk to a butcher, or you can look at something else. They hire these gentlemen to be professionals. I don't know that we would get a 7-0 vote on who to invest with. But I do remember earlier in the evening watching a video of a council meeting. And Mr. Starr, you made, and I wrote it down, you made a comment. The first one was my company, the second one was our company, and the third one was my employer. When you mention that you could invest in mutual funds, that's on you. I could invest in mutual funds, but when I'm taking $200 million, when I'm taking $200 million, $400 million, or 5 cents of city's money, I want somebody who knows what they're doing, who's accountable, trained and as a professional to make that judgment. Covering my back because I can blame somebody and not have to look in the mirror. But when I'm handling public money, I want to trust the individuals. If you have examples of the individual doing something wrong, and you have an example, as Councilmember Rodriguez is asking, what else can we do? Put it on the table, because I don't know that I'll ever convince you. As you said, you're willing to be convinced. But I think that if you take a time and take a look, what was done with our investments over time, I think even you, Mr. Starr, will get your eyes opened up.
I think we're talking about two different things here. So what I'm talking about is not the quality of these investments. I'm not talking about the quality of the people that are running these pools. I'm just simply asking who gets to pull the trigger, who gets to squeeze the trigger on whether money gets invested through this agent of ours.
The way I hear it, even with my hearing aids, you're talking about, do we trust them or don't we trust them, and do we just trust the council?
No, it's about the legal authority. I'm simply saying that as a council, we can say, all right, we want to put 75 million to LAIF right now, and we want to put 250 million in the camp, let's say. And then later on down the road, when we realize we need more money offhand, we need to reduce it from 250 to 230, I can see that we would have the authority to say, okay, we should reduce it from 250 to 230. But that's a different subject than what you're talking about. I'm not talking about the quality of the investments. I'm just simply saying I'm not confident yet that we have the authority to delegate this to anybody else.
Appreciate that explanation.
That's all.
I disagree, but I appreciate it.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Javier.
Just a couple thoughts. It seems that at one point we're kind of confusing cash management with investment decisions. The cash management is still going to be handled by staff, and we're going to be making sure that we collect, we pay our obligations, and in that process, we're identifying there's going to be times that we're going to have more cash on hand than the one that we need to meet our needs. At that point, we're going to have investment options available for staff. And having investment options available with the proper direction from City Council would allow us just to put that money to work for the city as soon as we can, as soon as we identify those options. Authorizing staff to make some of those decisions like we currently have, for example, when we have to make investments in LAIF, that doesn't give up the investment authority that the City Council still holds. It's just basically directing staff to make limited decisions of how to allocate that investment surplus. California Government Code 53601 doesn't explicitly say to that, but it definitely implies that there's a section that identifies that there's going to be investment purchased for an agency, and that means a city, by financial advisor, consultants, or managers using the agency funds by different forms. So government code recognizes that a city council can direct someone else than a city treasurer to purchase investments on their behalf. So that makes me believe that what we recommend to the City Council is within government code, and it definitely will authorize the city excess funds to be put to work for the benefit of the city.
Thank you. I'll open it up to public comment at this point. We have Alicia Parcell, followed by Mr. Larry Stein. Madam Clerk, are there any callers virtually?
No, Mayor.
There's been some talking past each other on this subject. I don't know if it's just misunderstanding what the issue is or if it's intentional, but there's two issues, and they're distinct. One is what can you invest in, and before you've had parameters, these categories, got to have these particular bond ratings, whatever the parameters were, and you can change the list of what you can invest in, and adding camp to the list is something within your purview. That's issue one, but that is separate and distinct from the issue of who decides, okay, we need to make a CalPERS payment, it's a really big number, we're gonna pull money out of LAIF today to cover that. And then next week, we get extra cash in, where those are investment decisions. You're putting in and taking out. And we're dealing with a statute that says that investment decisions are either the council or on an annual basis could be delegated to the treasurer. So now we're talking about, fine, you can change the list of what you can invest in, but who does it? And does that statute preclude you from delegating it to staff other than a treasurer? So those are two distinct issues that I think have been kind of mixed together here. Councilman Perrello a minute ago said, oh, we have an example of somebody doing something wrong. And I'm not sure that we do. I mean, the public has heard accusations of that, but I haven't seen any details of this transaction was wrong. I did see the city treasurer write public comments at a prior meeting saying, these are what I invested in, tell me which of these was wrong. And I don't think he ever got an answer. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but how is a member of the public to evaluate who's correct? So I've heard accusations, and it's hard for somebody to defend against a vague accusation that doesn't have the specifics. So, you know, until I see details on that, I don't think it's fair to say, oh, we have an example of something wrong. Do we? I don't think we do. We have something vague. And his question about, please tell me specifically which of my investments was wrong, it's not been answered, which is kind of interesting. So if there's one that was wrong, let's identify it, so that people can evaluate what exactly is going on. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Mr. Stein?
I've been on the peripheral of several financial transactions and history. Back in the 1980s, there was a gentleman by the name of William Popejoy. He became the chairman of a savings and loan after the former chairman was booted out by the feds. He basically had no experience other than title. Within 2 years, he was got the savings loan bankrupt after the savings loan gone from $5 billion to $30 billion, and he was appointed. He later on became CFO for Considered Camarillo. And with his investments, he never bankrupted the city of Camarillo through his investment in derivatives. The point is, he had authority to do things, but the real question is whether any checks and balances involved. So first of all, in making a decision, I suggest the city council look at the checks and balances involved in dealing with transactions, moving money around. I work for a small company, relatively small company. We have $4 million in sales, but I have some insights as to how monies get moved around. We have monies in CDs, we have monies in different money accounts, we have money in ICE. Because we have concerns about the FDIC insurance, we have certain limits involved, so I make sure money gets moved around safely, because $4 million to us is a 1 year of annual sales. So when you have $2 million sitting around, I like to make sure that investment's involved. My concern here, the city council directs not an individual to make decisions, but you have checks and balances. So you determine how investments are being made. So when you move to one agency or another agency, the city council should still have the decision how that money is moved around. And whether you appoint one person would be a mistake, but to appoint that decision to a committee. So several people have eyes on activity, so one person cannot make a decision to bankrupt a company. We have many instances in the past, even 2 years ago, when monies were involved in savings and loans and financial institutions, where one decision was made and that decision bankrupt the company. So we have American Savings and Loan that went under not so many years ago, and we have banks in England that went under because of one person's decision. So I'd recommend that you appoint a committee to review funds versus one individual. This is just my personal concerns. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, just for the record, we do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to state regarding Mr. Stein's comment about having one person in there and the idea behind checks and balances and the different delegations and scope and roles. I'll just sum it up by saying it's a good thing that the CFO and the treasurer aren't one and the same person. Can you imagine? Wow. So thank you for saying that, Mr. Stein.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of council on this particular item?
I'll move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to item N3. This is from Public Works. Subject entails purchase orders with Wex Bank for the Fleet Fuel Card Program. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the purchasing agent to execute annual purchase orders with Wex Bank for an initial term of 3 years and 7 months from December 7, 2025 through June 27, 2029, with the option to extend 3 additional one-year terms ending June 27, 2032, for an amount not to exceed $27,500,000 for the Wex Bank Fleet Fuel Card Program under Sourcewell contract. Public Works and Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0 back on October 14, 2025. And the Director of Public Works, Mr. Michael Wolf, is here to answer any council members' questions. Any council members have any questions before we open up for public comment? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and it's the same question I'd asked during the committee meeting. I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about the safeguards that are in place to detect or mitigate potential for abuse of the fuel cards.
Sure. Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works, will have our fleet manager address that.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Jose Arriola, Fleet Services Manager. Yeah, the Wex card security features, it's quite a decent list. It's got comprehensive monitoring of transactions, when, where, what, and how much is spent, detailed tracking of each purchase, including fuel grade, cost per gallon, amount of gallons, automated alerts for suspicious or unusual activity. So for example, if you have an employee that drives a refuse truck and is using diesel constantly, right? And all of a sudden there's a gas transaction that's gonna flag something. So that's one example, but it's got a excessive number of gallons purchased, unexpected fuel type, unusual transaction location. So it also uses the location where they're typically purchasing their fuel. So there's quite a bit of security features. There's also online login for full account controls, including deactivation and reactivation of user cards, ordering of replacement cards, transaction reviews, account balance, and more. So I've used this on the field. I get an alert, I get on the system, I go on there and I verify the transaction, whether it's fraudulent or not. Call the department supervisors or whatever needs to happen to mitigate that transaction.
Thank you for that. And I imagine that along those lines, they look at patterns in activity. So if you have, let's say, someone who drives a public works pickup truck, and regularly when it fills up, let's just say, 25 gallons, 25 gallons, 25 gallons. And then one day there's 25 gallons, and then the same day there's another 25 gallons. And it would catch that, I would imagine, right? Because it's like, well, wait a minute, this particular card is out of their typical routine, and there's additional fuel where this particular vehicle has already been filled up.
Yeah, that happens, and it typically happens when there's festivals and things like that. Employees are using their vehicles more. They're running all day, picking up, dropping off customer or residents or whatnot, and they fill up more frequently, and it does alert, and I do receive calls saying, hey, my card is locked, so, yeah.
Great, thank you for that. And I think the city manager has something, Mr. Mayor.
Just to take it from the theoretical, two things. First of all, there is no perfect mousetrap because we are human beings. But with this system, people have been caught and prosecuted here in Oxnard. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that. We'll go to public comment. Mr. Stein, you want to come up again?
Fraud's going to take place. The degree of fraud can be speculative at best. I've personally audited the Shell gasoline card on 3 separate occasions. Not recently, but I've done that on 3 separate occasions. I've gone through the monthly fuel cards, and I've noticed that on occasion, very rare occasions, some would use high lead fuel versus low lead fuel or regular fuel. And what I've done in this past, I just pointed out to the appropriate parties, this is what I've noticed. Very rare cases. So might have a card, and a card might use the card twice. Or a card might have, a person might purchase 35 gallons on a given purchase, when the card might only have 12 gallons. What has happened is somebody would buy gas from somebody else. Car behind another car, and they use the same pump and just use the same car and just pump gas. Again, these are very rare instances where fraud takes place. And simply what I've done in the past is I've noticed these examples and just passed along the powers that be. Whether you have somebody using a fuel card or the company uses a fuel card for 250 cars, fraud will take place, and sometimes an individual watching the cards knows what activities take place. We had a car with, for example, the police has a special car for demonstrations. I think it's a high-speed, high-octane car. And then you'd have a truck that pull the car on a trailer and fill up that. I don't know what you call that car anymore, but the police department had a high-speed car that used for demonstrations, so kids. And they do it for demonstrations, but sometimes a particular person would have a card, fill up the 2 different kinds of gasoline on the same card. So when you have fraud, you need to investigate the cause of that fraud, or it may not have been fraud, but been poorly documented. So whether you use a card system or whether you use this card system or that card system, you still need individual checks and balances to review the statements after the fact and investigate it to determine the cause behind the history of an unusual circumstance. But just fraud will take place, and accidents take place, and sometimes circumstances take place. But when you have unusual activities, they still need to be investigated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Stein. Any other comments or discussion? Any other public speakers?
And Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers on this item in person and virtually. Thank you.
Councilmember Perrello?
Yes, just a question. There was a recent individual that lost his job, his or her job. They had apparently used the credit card 50-some times, and they were finally caught. Is there a way that we now check that 50-some times is not the triggering number? Apparently they were buying premium instead of regular.
So that could be set. I mean, there's different setting points because we have employees in public works that may need to fuel their vehicle twice a day.
I have no problem with doing that, but we did find out that the individual was wrong and he lost his job with the activities that he did. Is this going to tighten up the scrutiny of what we have?
Are you asking if we can catch them sooner?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the question.
Well, I'm not privy to this HR issue, so I'd have to understand the HR issue first, so, yeah.
Okay, I'll find out later then, I guess.
Yeah.
But that was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not,
I move the recommended action.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, a call for the vote.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta. Yes. Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
thank you. We have about 30 minutes left. Anyone want to make a motion to go past 10 o'clock? I think we can do it, but just in case. Okay, last item. All right. So this is item, we talked a little bit about it before we started. This is item N4. This is from the fire department. This is the urgent procurement of a paramedic squad. The recommendations that the city council, one, approve a budget appropriation in the amount of $255,000 from the general fund, available fund balance for the purchase, transport, and communication equipment costs of a paramedic squad. And two, authorize the mayor to execute a purchase order in the total amount of $225,000 for the purchase of the paramedic squad from Station Apparatus LLC, who's the seller. Chief Hamilton from the fire department's here. Answer any questions council members may have on this item. Before any council member discussion, we will receive public comments. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead, Mayor.
Microphone?
I beg your pardon. City Attorney, you had made a recommendation, and this came up at the beginning of the meeting, but at the appropriate time, possibly something could be said to take care of the concerns of Mr. Starr, one council member. Is this the time to make that?
So my recommendation would be that you ask any questions of the chief. Based on my discussions with the chief, he will explain why there is a basis for the finding that there's an urgent need to take this action. So it would be helpful for this evidence to be on the record versus just the lawyer saying it. And then there would be a basis for the council, in my opinion, to make that finding. And then if it's your desire to go ahead and approve the recommended action.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council member. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, yes, we have Larry Stein who would like to speak on this item.
Good, Mr. Stein.
Good evening. I've been a proponent for decades of the fire department having squads to handle our different types of service for our emergencies, level A and level B. The average cost of a ladder truck used to be $1.5 million and a pumper truck $500,000 to $1 million. The cost of a vehicle to provide services for basic life support, advanced life support, there we go, is considerably less than that.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could we start the clock on?
No. So the fact of having basic life support and advanced life support, and that's about 80% of our calls for service, providing life support of two different levels. The average cost of a ladder truck is $1.5 million, pick your number. A pumper truck, $1 million, pick your number. A service vehicle to provide basic life support, advanced life, is considerably less than that. I suggest that we look at buying several service vehicles to provide advanced life support and basic life support and have squads of 2 people. We have 1 to 2 calls for fires a day for 8 fire stations. I think we have better efficiencies of our life support and our fire department who do excellent jobs and have excellent training, but spend a lot of their time providing advanced life support and basic life support. So I would encourage the city council buy the 1 vehicle, but also consider the fact we should be buying more vehicles and have more allocations of resources for basic life support and advanced life support versus handling 1, 2 calls for fires. We have savings of life support equipment by having it allocated to specific trucks for life support. Again, we have $1 million vehicle and a $500,000 vehicle is running around to provide basic life support, and the cost of wear and tear on $1 million vehicle and $500,000 vehicle, or pick your number, versus a vehicle that's going to be a lot more budget friendly. Again, we had the personnel, but we don't allocate that personnel for our basic vehicles for that kind of support being serviced, because the call is saying if we have a fire, they need to respond to a fire. If we have allocations of resources for our basic life support, we can spread the need for a fire among fewer resources, because that's how we have our fires. We have only 1 or 2 fires a day, and we have multiple calls for service for basic life support and advanced life support. I consider we look at allocations of these resources as we make decisions in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Okay. Does that conclude the speakers?
Sorry, Mayor. That concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or discussion here from this council? Councilmember Starr, do you have anything?
Most, I just want to hear from the chief.
Can you start the clock?
I just want to hear more about the urgency of it. And
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Alex Hamilton, Fire Chief. I guess as a little bit of backstory, Assistant Chief Colamarino has been sort of keeping his ear to the ground on vehicles, just because the supply chain has been really constrained for the last few years, since COVID essentially. His focus was actually looking at purchasing of ladder trucks, and so, but within those searches that he's been doing, he came across this vehicle. He first reached out to the vendor September 10th, and it looked like a really good option for us. We had to do a little bit of sort of investigating that the components, the way the carpentry is built, or the cabinetry, excuse me, is built, would be suitable for our needs, those kinds of things. Once we did that, I actually started looking for grant funding to purchase this vehicle, as opposed to requesting funds from the city. So I spent about a month in that search, reaching out to different funders that we've received funding from before to try and make this happen. During that time, the vendor reached back out to Assistant Chief Colamarino and said that he has other people looking at this vehicle. You know, he's sort of like, what's going on? Like, I can't hold this vehicle forever. It was at that point that we made the decision to come to the city and then ultimately come to council to request approval for the funds. And so the vendor has been very patient with us. Assistant Chief Colamarino spoke to the vendor this afternoon after I spoke to Ken Roselle. The vendor's not willing to wait any longer. And so they're not going to wait another 2 weeks. So we did ask for a 15-day extension. They weren't willing to do that. The vendor has been really good, very patient with us as we've gone through the process, as we've looked elsewhere for the funds. The reality is that the current frontline vehicle is, those vehicles, we run the wheels off them. They have the autonomy to jump from call to call, depending on the severity of the incident. And so this is an opportunity to, again, not only save us $250,000, but also 2 years in build time to get another vehicle. We have been a little bit constrained, as you saw in the staff report, on vehicles. We don't currently have a reserve, and so it gets difficult. We need to make sure that we can secure the equipment on the vehicle properly, secure the medications that we carry and those kinds of things. So we can't just throw them in another pickup truck when a vehicle goes down for maintenance. So for all those reasons, I felt it meets that sort of urgency requirement to bring this to council with the urgency that we did.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman, sorry.
If I may, I'll make the motion to approve.
Well, actually, there's two steps here, right? So let's have the vote one at a time.
I second that.
Because you have a first and a second on
So
that.
is the first motion to declare an urgency matter?
Well, that was a recommendation, but the current motion on the table is what is being said. Your request was to either, if we approve to add it to the next agenda, our attorney gave a recommendation, but what Bettis just said was what's currently on the.
So if the city attorney, I think, was recommending a little bit different action than what we have here, so I was wondering if he could restate it, because I think it's now a two-step process is what I've understood him to say.
So based upon the issues which were raised by Councilman Starr, it would be prudent if you're choosing to go forward with approval, if you make a particular finding that the urgency exists, and I can give the language, and then once there is presumably majority of vote for that, then I would recommend that you take the second motion, which is the recommended action. So if I may, it would be along the lines that that you move to find that based upon the evidence in the record, this is an urgency item consistent with the requirements of the Sunshine Act because the public interest and necessity demand immediate city council action in order to safeguard life and health.
And you want us to make that a separate motion like is being.
Yeah,
If you could,
motion.
that would address the issue, would take away any question the contrary, because based on the
Okay.
evidence we just heard, we believe there is more than
So
sufficient
Bettis, do you
evidence.
want to make that motion first, or should we rescind the?
And
Just to
yeah,
state for-
let's just make that motion first, and we'll debate that, and then we'll vote, and then we'll go to the next.
Just real quick, Mr. Rozell, for our city code 22-224, are you saying we have to make a motion to essentially assert that this is an urgent matter for the, would you say health and?
Well, basically, if I could back up briefly, once again, staff believes there was enough basis without making this motion, but based upon the issue raised by Councilman Starr, the city attorney's office believes it's prudent to go ahead and make this motion to make the finding that there is urgency under the provisions of our Sunshine Ordinance. And I can read the language.
Well, I'll move to find this as an urgency item based
I'll
on
second it.
what we've seen, or what we heard from the statement from the city attorney.
Because we have first and a second.
Okay, so at this point, we
go ahead.
debate. I guess the maker of the motion can certainly argue in favor of it first, because he has the right to do so.
Well, certainly looking at the staff report and hearing what the chief has brought forward, we have the ability to have significant savings, but also we've been without the purpose-built vehicle for all of this period of time. And even in the comments from the speaker, these particular ALS response calls are a large majority of what our firefighters do. And to continue to go without the purpose-built vehicle is, I view as a detriment to this community and the services that they would be provided by our first responders and fire department. So now that we have this, item ahead of us and an opportunity to obtain one within weeks, it sounds like, from the staff report, and put us right where we need to be, where we haven't been able to be for a number of years, and there's a very short time window in which we can make this purchase, I do certainly see this as being an urgency item, especially if the chief stated earlier that there's no ability to wait an additional 2 weeks for the next council meeting to come up. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman, any comments on your second? No? Go ahead.
So after we get past this motion, I do intend to vote in favor of the second motion. I do question, though, whether this really, I just don't know where you draw the line then, because there's lots of, everything we do at City Hall here involves safeguarding life and health or property. So it's just not unusual. I guess at some point, does everything fall below the 12 days? So I'm just not sure why this is distinct from others. And by the way, I'm really happy you got this deal. I'm really ecstatic about it, and that's why I'll end up voting for that. I just don't know I'm just not yet convinced that it was something that couldn't have been done with more notice ahead of time than we were. It would have been nice to have a heads up.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Just looking at the signatures here, somebody at midnight, at 28 minutes on midnight on 10/24, is working on this agreement so we could all push it through. I do think it was a very unique opportunity, and I personally would like the opportunity to jump at this cost-saving opportunity for our community. So just looking at this is like Adobe sign form, right? I don't know, I hope all the attachments are there. But between October 24th at midnight, 28 minutes into the morning, or midnight, until it got signed by, I don't know, 5 people maybe, on 10/27 at 8:33 a.m. is the last signature. So I don't think this is something that's being taken lightly. I appreciate everybody dropping what they're doing, because this is something we should jump on, because it's an opportunity for our community.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add 2 points. Mr. Starr, to your comments about if we do this, this is always going to happen. How often have we ever done this? We rarely ever do this. Usually, it has to do with higher authority than us pushing something down at the last minute. So this rarely ever happens. We do not take this lightly. Now, for those of you who are supporting the fire chief's lead, I appreciate that, but I remind you, you don't have to. You can also do nothing here. Right? But here's an opportunity. The chief tried to do everything to make this happen, including getting some other foundation to put down the down payment. But in our discussion, we realized here's a great opportunity, not just to get this, but to get it at half the cost that it would get if we were to order another one and not wait 2 more years. So that's the essence of the urgency. But I remind you, you don't have to agree with the staff's recommendation either. So that's always on the table. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilwoman.
Mayor, and just to share for the public, I think for me, timeline is important, but really it's mostly about ensuring that we're continuing to save lives in our community and prioritizing the capacity to just serve all of our community members at hand.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something?
Well, the city manager essentially took the words out of my mouth. And I think as a regular viewer of the council meetings, to your recollection, how many urgency items have you seen the previous council put forward? And in the 11 months that we've been on this dais, how many urgency items have come to us?
I mean, I've seen instances where items have been brought up where we didn't give 12 days notice, where items weren't provided in advance as far as the topics being discussed. But that's kind of a different issue. I think you're right, though, that we don't have very many urgent items. And I'd like to say that, you know, as long as we're not creating some new standard here where this is going to be a regular occurrence, okay. So I wasn't disagreeing with the city manager in the sense, or let me rephrase that. I think the city manager was sort of implying that I'm saying that this is something we've regularly done. I've never said that. I'm just simply saying that we've got a standard. I'd like to keep that standard. I just want to make sure that this doesn't suddenly loosen our standards for the future. So I would suggest that we just come to a vote, because I don't know if there's any more argument to make here.
Sure.
Well, I'll just close my.
Motion to go past 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we got to take a motion. Yeah, I thought we could wrap it up, but we'll take entertain a motion to go past 10 o'clock.
I'll second it.
Okay. Sure. Madam Clerk, call for the, any public speakers on to go past 10?
No, Mayor.
No, okay. We'll call for a vote.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilman Starr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Duran? Councilmember
yes.
Perala? Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. The last point on that, to be concerned that, well, I hope this doesn't lead to a precedent or regular occurrence of urgency items. I mean, I'm searching through this to see when was the last urgency, and I'm trying to think in the previous council, since 2021, I want to say we've had maybe one, and from that urgency item, no additional urgency items are born of that. And it's essentially the same administration for the city manager's office who's here. So if that gives you any assurance that that's not a practice that's going to start infiltrating now with this council. So just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, I get it. I think the health and safety, I hear it. But I think this is one of those things where we've got the letter of the law, and then we've got the spirit of it. I think this is an opportunity for us to jump on something that sounds like much to what the councilwoman said. They worked really hard through the weekend to try to get this in. Could have this never been different? Yeah, I'm speaking with Chief Hamilton earlier today and with our city attorney. Perhaps I know he was trying to get some nonprofits to support this endeavor. He could have potentially come in earlier, given us ample time. This way we could have stayed within the boundaries of the Sunshine Ordinance. But this puts us in an opportunity to be able to procure this vehicle at a cost savings to our community and provide a service as necessary.
If I can just add, and I'm trying to get out of here by 10, but this is midnight, and I was just thinking about it. This is a Friday that they don't work. So this is a Thursday night at midnight between their, like, last day of the long weekend. So the next, like, the final signature was done as soon as they could on Monday after having the Friday off. So just, I don't think folks were sitting on it. I think it was just a very unique opportunity. So I thank Rose Rodarte and company for pushing all this through.
So Mayor, I do want to say that I'm encouraged by the fact that you've had these conversations with staff after you and I had our conversation, that there will be efforts to sort of change the process in the future so that if there is an amended agenda that, or a proposal to amend an agenda, that it'll go to you very quickly before that trigger is squeezed.
Yeah.
So I think, some good came out of this as a result of this today.
And staff also, Ken, and also the chief, we saw in here that the president of station apparatus, the number was on there. So Chief Calambrino actually called to try to see if we could push this out to the November 18th council meeting, and then we would wire the check, on the 19th. So they did try to see if we could find some way to take what you brought up into consideration. But this is a very unique circumstance.
Right, and by the way, I'm very appreciative of that.
So I think collectively, we all really tried to make this work.
Yep.
But now we're here, and I think this is actually something really, really good. So then we've got a first and a second on accepting this as an urgent matter to consider. Madam Clerk, can we call for the vote?
Councilmember Starr,
I'll be abstaining.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 5-1. Thank you.
thank you. Now we've got the second,
Yes.
yes. Then we've got the second motion and second on the table by Councilwoman Perez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem to accept the
By
recommendation.
Rodriguez.
Sorry, okay. Okay, sorry. Yes, absolutely.
Question. The picture of the truck with the red, is that red gonna be acceptable to us? We're not gonna repaint the red, it may be off. I mean, that's a
That's correct.
serious question.
That red is acceptable. The only thing we'll be adding to it is the logos.
Thank you very much, appreciate that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo, Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Aye.
Councilman Starr,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
thank you. Thanks again, Chief Hamilton, for your work on this. Thank you.
And we're at 4:10.
And we need it.
I actually have one more item of urgency. This is urgent. I'm hungry.
Entertaining it. There being no further business on the agenda without any objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.